Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Student Innovation Project Showcase. I'm Destry Valenzuela, and I'm the lead instructor for SIP for on-ground students. Thank you for being here on this beautiful Tuesday morning. And before we get started, I do want to ask everyone to double check their cell phones that they're on silent, just to make sure that there's no disruptions during the presentations. We do have our on-ground and our online students presenting for fall of 2022. And SIP, for those that are not familiar with our Student Innovation Project, is a long-term tech-based monitor service that students pitch to their SMEs. They're subject matter experts, which are their professors within their major. They pitch their ideas during a series of rounds, so that way they can get it approved or approve the conditions. Once the idea is approved, then they proceed with documentation and execute a minimal viable prototype. And this prototype is meant to communicate the concept of the idea with the guidance of the SMEs throughout the entire semester, if not years. Some of these ideas take more than several months to execute, and some of these ideas actually even make it into production studios where we actually allow students to come together from various majors and help the student execute their minimal viable prototype. So it's a difficult process, it's a journey that most students embrace with caution. But nonetheless, when they finally finish their project, they're amazed at what they're able to accomplish. So I'm blessed to be part of that journey. So for everyone that is here, thank you to all the SMEs. I do want to extend my gratitude to all of the faculty members that help students, go through their guidance of their projects. This is in all our different majors in robotics, and digital maker, in digital video, digital marketing, business tech, advertising art, ACS, HCI, AI, VR, all of game, all of cyber. So it's a big process for all of us to come together and execute and celebrate today. So thank you to the students for joining us in person and also online. I do want to remind everyone that once all the students present their projects, you are asked to vote on the viewer's SIP choice. And that is for students and faculty and staff and the local community, everyone who's joining us via Zoom, to vote on their Viewer's Choice Award. Simply go to the link that's provided and enter the room name SIP voting. But I do ask that you wait to vote so that way you watch all of the presentations and then pick your viewer's choice. Aside from this viewer's choice presentation, we also have a SIP committee, and our SMEs come together to vote for best pitch, best in show, most ingenious, and most market ready. And that award is given at the end of this week at our student celebration, where we have the awards announced here on campus in the theater. So please join us this Friday for the student award ceremony at 10 o'clock in the theater and via Teams. Another thing that I want to point out is thank you to all of the help of the executive committee, from Dr. Bowman and President Castillo, all the SIP committee, Professor Bellinger, and everyone else that serves on that panel, to the marketing team for all of their support, and also again to all of the faculty and staff that help make this happen, because this is a big endeavor. Any questions before we get started? All right, speaking of questions, the questions for the Q&A portion of each presentation is only for the SMEs. This is to ensure that we stick to the agenda. We have 25 students presenting this morning in 10-minute slots. And so we encourage everyone that is not a SME that wants to ask a question to ask via Zoom, and then the students can log in and answer that way. That way the student can also answer to the best of their ability. So again, if you do need to exit out of the theater, we do have a lunch break at 11:50 a.m., a 40-minute lunch break, and then we also have an afternoon break to ensure that you're able to step out. And also, please refrain from stepping out when a student is up at the stage presenting, just to help the flow of the showcase. I think that's it. So we're going to get started with our first presenter. We have Matthew Reynolds, who is a business technology major, presenting iApply.
Hello everyone, my name is Matthew Reynolds, and my student innovation project is called iApply. My partner for this project was Ethan Bourne, but he has since graduated. First, I want to start with, what is iApply? iApply is an app that makes applying to jobs both more efficient and more personable, from both the employer and the applicant side. Now, with that being said, I'm sure some of you are thinking, don't a lot of job-seeking apps already do this? Well, yes they do. We use some features that are very similar to other apps. One of those features is a one-click application feature. You click apply and it uploads your resume to the employer. Another similar feature is a viewable application status to see if your application has been viewed, turned down, or accepted. Now, I'm sure at this point a lot of you are wondering, how is iApply different from all of these other job application apps on the market? Well, there's actually a few reasons iApply is different and more personable. We offer direct messaging with the hiring agent from the company you applied to. While there's a few apps that offer this, such as LinkedIn, there is a difference. LinkedIn is a social networking app. While you can message directly with recruiters, iApply is a job application app and not a social networking app. So you only talk to hiring agents for the job that you apply to and wish to be hired at. Our app is also balanced for efficiency and customizability, which is another one of the reasons our app is better. This is because, unlike some of the other companies such as Monster, ZipRecruiter, and Indeed, when you hit one click apply, you become just a number. The way our profiles are laid out, it lets the person looking at it get a closer look at you, your life, and your personality as an employee and person. It also shows who really cares about being hired to the employers. This is because it is very evident when the applicant spends a lot of time on their profile or when they don't. Lastly, one big reason is it makes finding applicants a lot easier with our easy match system, which also makes it feel like a dating app, which you'll see more of that easy match system once I show you the actual app. But first, I want to talk about how iApply started originally when Ethan and I started working on this app. We created a wireframe that showed a very basic design of our app. We originally designed it to be an industry-specific job application app for only network security jobs. I've remodeled it since and added to it so that it can be used industry-wide instead of industry specific. But I would like to show you the original wireframes before we get into the new app. This is the first wireframe of what the employer side of the app would look like. You can see it includes a built profile and a profile list to show the employer everything needed to qualify for a job. This is the second wireframe. This was used to show the actual applicant UI. As you can see, it's very similar to the employer UI. This is because most of what we wanted on the applicant UI needs to be shown on the employer side, except the applicants are actually able to edit their own profiles. While those wireframes were very basic, I wanted to show you how the app first started before I show you how it's turned out. After a bunch of work and planning, this is the new iApply app. Here's the front page of iApply, so when you first open the app, this is what you're going to see. Obviously, you're going to hit login, and then this is the login screen where you actually enter your email and your password. So if you hit continue, this will bring you to where it actually separates the applicant and the employer. So when we're going through this, you're going to see a built profile. It's actually my built profile, but you're going to see it both from the applicant side and the employer side. So we'll go to applicant first. So again, it's a very basic, but it's a very simple design because we wanted it to make it easier to navigate for people. So we're going to my profile. Again, very simple design, very straightforward. You can see there's an about section, a resume. You're able to upload videos for projects you've done. The same with gallery. You can upload pictures from past projects you've been on. Interests, connect with me, and this goes out to YouTube, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, really whatever people want to put there to better connect with a company. And then personal URL, you can put down your own website if you have one. Next is going to be jobs. This is where you can actually see jobs that are available that you can apply to. And if you click on here, it'll actually bring up all of the job description, the about us, requirements, position, location, salary, all of that info that you need that you're going to actually want to apply for a job. Down at the bottom, you can also see possible contacts that work here. So iApply actually takes contacts from your phone, and if they see that they work at this company, those will also be listed down here. And then as previously mentioned, a one-click application, you obviously just click apply, and it will send in your whole profile to the company. Now you're also able to see different jobs that you have already applied to, such as this. This is basically just to be able to go back and look at those jobs and see if they're still there, or as you can see right here, status profile view. If you click on this, you can see that the company has obviously viewed your profile by now. Next is messages, and that is really just straightforward. It's a way to message the hiring agents, way to get in contact with people and talk to them. Now I'm going to show you the employer side. Here's the employer side. As you can see, it's very similar to the applicant side. Again, this is because they use a lot of similar features. We go into the company profile. It's very simple. It's about the company, people that company wants to look to hire, and there's also a small section to put bio for the hiring agents. This is obviously so somebody outside the company that wants to get hired here or is talking to the hiring agent, they're able to get to know them a little bit better, understand them a little bit better. There's also job listings, and this is where the companies can go to either add job listings, or if they found an applicant they like and hire them, they can remove job listings. You can go in here, and if you click on the job listing and actually click see applicants, this section is the new applicant. So these are people who the hiring agents haven't looked at that have recently applied. And if you go to potential hires, these are people that the company has liked and that have put them into this little bank of people because they think that they're going to be really high potential hires. Another nice thing is that inside of this is if you double click, you can actually highlight them green, and that'll show a high potential. So not only are they a potential hire, but they're a high potential hire. Now, before I leave, one last quick fun fact. As you can see, there's a little send arrow up here, and I don't know if many of you caught that, but you might be thinking, what is that for? So iApply, we actually wanted to create almost something like LinkedIn. Now, one last fact before I go is, as you can see, there's a little send arrow up here. I don't know if some of you guys noticed that at first. However, if you did, I'm sure you're wondering, what is that for? Now, iApply doesn't want to be a social networking app like LinkedIn. Not that there's anything wrong with that. However, we do want the chance to be able to share jobs. Maybe you know somebody who would be a really good fit for that job. So using this arrow, you're actually able to send this job to other people. However, you're only able to send this job to other people through your contact book on iApply. And the way that that works is people only become available in your contact book if they're available in your contacts on your phone and they've also signed up for iApply. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching, and have a good day.
Thank you, Matthew. Questions for Matthew? Dr. Smith?
So Matt, yeah, I've gotten to watch this kind of evolve over a while, but my curiosity is, so these applications thrive on user base. Like, you need employers to be on there, you need employees to be on there. I guess, what is your, outreach or marketing strategy potentially bringing in those user bases to make the application viable?
Yeah, so that was actually something that I was thinking about a lot, because obviously you start an app for a job application and you don't have anyone applying, then it's pretty useless. When Ethan and I were talking about this, we had said we really wanted to focus on small businesses at first, just because big businesses, whether it's restaurants or network security jobs, it's a little bit hard to get them on board. So we figured if we could start with a smaller, focus our marketing on smaller businesses and kind of grow from there.
Okay.
Any questions for Matthew?
So you focus on small businesses. What exactly are the techniques you're going to push to get those businesses involved? Because it'll be easy on the applicant side, but it'll be more difficult on the business side. So what type of techniques are you going to use to try to push?
Yeah, that's another thing too, is obviously setting up profiles for both applicants and employers. It does take some time, especially if you want to get them set up nice and make them look nice. But the way that we kind of had wanted to pitch it was that even though it takes time, once it's all set up, there's really not much work besides monitoring the applicants. So we say once it's all set up, you gain all that time back with the efficiency of actually being able to use the app. And find those applicants very easily.
I do have a comment, Matthew.
Yeah.
I know that we talked about the referral system with the arrow that you pointed out in the app to refer, because many positions are obtained through word of mouth and referrals. Something that you can consider is through that word of mouth, the more people that sign up to iApply, it'll generate a large enough user base that'll compel the small business owner to sign up. Because if you approach that small business owner with, let's say you have 200,000 users on iApply, then there's that fear of missing out. They log in and create a profile so that way they can target those specific users. So word of mouth is a very powerful marketing strategy, and social media and all these other platforms simply amplify that. So it's something for you to consider.
Yeah, exactly. Another thing kind of touching with referrals too is sometimes referrals are some of the best hires that companies can get because they already have somebody working there, and then you get another one hired on through a referral. So that was another thing we use, kind of word of mouth.
Okay, we have a question by Dr. Ko via Zoom.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Matthew, excellent work. Boy, I've really enjoyed watching you develop this over time, and you really did a great job pulling it all together. So I just have a comment, actually, not a question. I really liked, I'm not sure we talked about this so much during our development work of all of this, But the ability to submit, like you said, videos, class projects, and other such items is really a huge benefit. Perhaps even I'm thinking weight this more in your presentation of how this is different and better than others, because especially for entry-level positions, you guys usually have the one-click apply where you just submit a resume and actually there's no option to submit anything else. But with this, you can submit so much information about yourself, entire portfolios. So I think that's a wonderful value to this concept. Well done, really nice.
Thank you, thank you. And yes, that was a big thing we focused on too, is that obviously once you graduate college, you do have the degree, but the gallery and being able to add to those videos helps at least me or other applicants be able to show off what we've done during our time here at UAT, not just that we have the degree.
Yeah, and you know, since COVID changed everything, there's lots of remote positions. And now each position, instead of having, let's say, tens of applicants, they have hundreds. Instead of hundreds, they have thousands. So the odds of getting noticed are greatly diminished. So I think that's a great feature. Nice, thank you.
And Matthew, Dr. Coe brings up something else in resumes. You could even embed content that'll, direct them to a site or to a particular link, like a Google Drive of projects, because now they're even working on emails where the subject line will have an embedded small little video, and it actually will play even if you don't open the email. So in your subject line, you'll see a tiny little screen and it'll show a video playing. So they're already working that in email marketing. So let's say somebody emails a resume through the iApply, you can have that video feature where it's either someone speaking or showing their portfolio before they even look at the content of the resume. So there's a lot of potential with this particular app. And also there's a lot of room for competition, because as other social platforms like Twitter go through changes, that affects LinkedIn users and how that platform works. So there's always a welcoming factor with other people looking at an alternative to what's already out there.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions for Matthew?
Just real quick, I bet the network security people are cringing in their seats when they hear about subject line with playable content, because they'll be the next horizon for viral infection.
And in fact, Matthew and his partners SIP project started with the network security focus. So that's something that we definitely don't want to derive from with this particular app. All right, thank you very much, Matthew.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes business technology, digital marketing, advertising, art. Next, we have the game group of game art and animation, game design, game programming, and VR. And next up, we have one of two SIP projects that is a team with Morgan Kissei and Jared Edson with UA Touch.
Hello, everyone. My name is Morgan Kissei.
And my name is Jared Edson.
And we have created an innovative prototype project called UA Touch. I'm sure all of the students at UAT, when they started, and alumni, you could for sure vouch for this, that a tech school is pretty intimidating. It isn't your normal university, and sure, it's small, but that doesn't change that there is a lot of jam-packed information in this university. So Jared and I set out on a quest to try to make it simple for students, even parents if they wanted to. We created an app that showcases the ins and outs of UAT. We each had our own innovation claims for this project.
My innovation claim was to create 3D models of different parts of the university to be used within the navigational portion of our app, and it's all modeled to scale.
And my claim was to create assets for navigating students through a visual-based achievement system. The programs used were Photoshop, Protopie,
3ds Max, and Maya.
When we started the project, we had to initially figure which phone screen dimensions to use. There were a ton of options, and we settled for the Galaxy S20. The assets were made in a 300 dpi resolution to have some wiggle room if needed to be used for slightly higher pixel resolutions as new phones are produced.
Back in one of the game art classes, before we decided on a tool to be able to compile the application itself, was that we needed the 3D assets. Since it was the core of the app, we got in contact with one of the faculty at UAT to get our hands on the original floor plans of the school. From those, we created the first and second floor of UAT to scale via those 2D floor plans. We then had to get pictures of the university in its current state, because those original floor plans are not too accurate in terms of certain walls now having been removed, or complete remodels of rooms, like the Security Operations Center. We then took those and rendered fly-arounds of the university and a fly-around of the dorm rooms.
Fast forward to the app creation process, I started with implementing the logo on the homepage and a type font as well. From that, I devised a unique background for each of the app's pages, as well as background text boxes and buttons. I then decided on a font that will be uniformly used for each app page and text size for headers, following with the respective information. The color palette chosen for this was strategic as well. I could probably count on my own two hands who uses a light theme for apps, especially Discord, so a dark theme with UAT's colors was the way to go. Enough chat about the process, here is the functionality of it.
Here is the homepage. It has our logo, the title, as well as the 5 different page buttons at the bottom. The buttons from left to right are Founders Hall, the map, classroom information, professor information, and department information. If I click on the Founders button, it takes us right to the information for Founders Hall. This information is accurate for the 2023 school year starting in spring. It tells you rent, what is on each floor, as well as a clickable video of what to expect the dorm rooms to look like.
The map page has the most information packed within it. First at the top, you have the buttons to take you to the first and second floor video fly-arounds. When you navigate back to the map page, you can then click on each dropdown to tell the app where you start and where you end. Right now, there are currently 2 viewable routes that generate. You have one that goes from the electronic classrooms to the Maker's Lab. And if you click on these, they do zoom in for a better view, and then they also generate a top button that refreshes the page. To note, there is an emergency exits button that outlines all the emergency exits in red. And then you can click on the map button again to generate the map page once more. And then for the second route, you have room 252 to the engineering lab. So if I click on this, again, it zooms in. You have your top button here. And then you've probably been noticing this achievement button here at the bottom. For the Maker's Lab, there was one that says Maker's Lab, and then this one says Engineering Lab. If you were to click on either one of these, it would bring you to the UA Intranet, which then downloads 3D STL printable files that you can print in the Maker Lab. For the Engineering Lab, it is a 3D printable robot, and then for the Maker's Lab, it is a popcorn tub. And then I also want to note as well, these achievement buttons won't go away unless you navigate to a different screen, because the point is we want you to know that you have an achievement for reaching that room, so however much you scroll, that button does follow you.
Next, we have specialty classroom information. So basically what is stored inside each classroom and what it is good for. We then have the Professor tab, which has all the current faculty members' respective fields, and then their contact information. Lastly, there is the department information, the bindery, portal, and cafe. It tells you what each department can do for the student, the hours, and any unique information about them.
Lastly, some unique features of the app is that the UA Touch logo in the top left will bring you back to the home page. And that the late night cafe ordering link takes you to that SharePoint page, as well as the UAT bookstore link takes you to the online UAT shop. I also want to showcase the other awards for reaching different destinations. For reaching the sock room, you will get a downloadable lock wallpaper. The UAT store achievement is a downloadable 3D printable STL file of a UAT plaque, and the art room achievement is a phone wallpaper.
Some features we would like to add to this project are adding the UAT phone number, founder's phone number, UAT's real logo, plus the general web link to the app. We weren't sure of the placement for the general UAT information at the time of completion for this. We would have also liked to either have a search bar in the professor's information page to find professor information easier, or have them in alphabetical order. Lastly, a huge improvement to this to keep the information current is to have it account-based. So that way respective departments can log in and make their changes as information needs to be updated. Anyways, we thank you so much for listening. Take care.
Wonderful job, Morgan and Jared. Any questions? Press Portillo.
Awesome work, guys. Really love the name of your guys' project. Now I know where my students are hiding, when they don't come to class, they can use this app to find them. A couple of things that I saw with this when you guys first initially presented, this can definitely be marketed towards like the freshmen, right? That's kind of needed campus beforehand, it's kind of getting familiar with the surroundings. Other thing I also use this as is like we're a very like open, friendly university. There's tons of user groups that come to the university as a space to work in, and this can be honestly very helpful. When you're working in a mobile platform, it's not the kindest of platforms to work in. What are some major challenges you guys face, particularly the functional aspect of it? How are you guys able to like go to making solutions to these challenges that you might have faced?
So besides what we actually stated in there, one of the big ones was we only had the video fly-arounds in the actual app. We would have liked it to have been a 3D interactable so that we can click around, zoom in, and if you click on a certain classroom, it would bring up information about said classroom. Other than that.
That was the major one, was we were trying to get that ability for like mobile app to zoom in and stuff. That was the big one that we had a lot of
And since
issues with.
since it was a prototyping app as well, we lost a lot of the functionality, especially with user account bases, and as well as we wanted certain conditions to have taken place. So say if you clicked on, say, the electronics classroom, and then you clicked on another one, it would bring up the routes. We only got one of the conditions to end up working.
Any other questions?
Awesome job, you guys. It looks fantastic, very professional. I actually, just a personal story, I had a student in one of my online classes that was having trouble finding all the professor's contact information. So having a directory just like that would have been perfect to lead it to. So awesome job. My question is, do you guys have any plans to like port this to like maybe web, or even I think this could be really cool as like a VR like tour of the campus or something like that? Any plans for that?
I think that would be an awesome idea, actually. I think after we graduate, I think we can both take some time to kind of navigate outside of our art realm and kind of go into the programming aspect of what should go into, say, a web application, as well as a functional phone application, and then also taking it the extra step and going into VR as well.
I think it would be great. Awesome job, you guys.
Professor Prater?
First of all, for the names, for the professor names and information, a good way to do it is to have a web scrape where it just goes into web scrapes our UAT faculty page, so that you'll all automatically update whenever they log in and go to that page. It automatically update from the UAT page. As far as for the cell phone, why did you choose the specific Galaxy phone you did?
So a big reason was because the Galaxy S20 actually has a higher resolution, say than the other like Google Pixel phones that had just come out. So the Galaxy S20 is a slightly better resolution for a phone screen. And then if for any reason the new phone does come out, I did make the assets as a 300 DPI resolution, so that way it could be scaled up as necessary.
Okay, we have a comment via Zoom by Professor L. Waltby. She said, "What a great idea. I would have loved this as a student, and what a wonderful job you did presenting as a team. It is difficult to present as a team, and you did a beautiful job sharing the presentation aspect." So well done on that. And one thing that I want to point out is in my end of the course survey for one of my CIP classes, one of the students mentioned that there's a lot of resources on campus that often go unused or that students are not aware of. And an app like this would certainly bring to light all that is available for students to execute projects and be creative. So something I think that we can point to with those type of comments. Professor?
It's nice to see you guys in person. Wow. There's a class later I have with them. We'll see if they stay long enough. Anyways, no, awesome job, obviously. So the question that I have in general, so in the past with UAT, we would allow, different people to work on the same SIP project and, they didn't have to have a different innovation, but as we do at UAT, we increase the bar. And so at this point, we now, if you're going to work on the same SIP project, you have to have different innovations. So I know that you guys talked about your 2 different innovations on there. What was the process of figuring that out? Like, number one, how you working on the same thing and then having 2 different information or 2 different innovations? And kind of how did you guys work together on the whole project? Like, give me that general feel of how that all worked out.
From an artist side, it was very difficult with 2 artists both working on the same thing. As when we came to the 3D and 2D aspect, when it came to it, we both were like, oh, we'll both separate the floors. We'll do one floor, I'll do the other floor type of situation. It eventually turned out being slightly different. Morgan ended up doing both top and bottom floor of the school, and I ended up doing the dorms because of the class we ended up taking with you. That kind of split our original intention. So from there, we ended up going to, she ended up doing all the 2D interactives, the 2D art that we saw in the actual app. And then I ended up switching to the 3D stuff that we saw for the dorms. And then any help that she needed with the 3D on the actual floors was how we kind of split that into.
And then we also actually helped each other in both of our innovation claims, so none of them were actually ours solely alone. Yeah, so other than that, we also had a third partner at the time, and then he ended up taking a leave of absence, so that kind of changed our initial scope as well, because we were originally going to have it outside of Protopie and actually have it as a functional app. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, so we definitely had to make some quick changes on the fly.
Good job. You did it.
Thank you, Professor Marquardt. Any other questions? Well done, thank you. Next, we have an online UAT student, game art animation major, Kyle Smith.
Yep, sorry. Are we going to do Marissa first?
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Just want to make sure.
Yes, we have Marissa Walsh, game art and animation with Reform Rewards.
Hello, my name is Marissa Walsh, and this is my SIP project, Reform Rewards. The innovation claim for this project is that it is a method to help inmates socialize better and to have slightly better lives in prison. I was inspired by my cousin who was in prison, who asked me to make a game after him, and I wanted to make something that would be more useful to him because I know about his living conditions and how difficult it can be to live in prison. I also want to help other people, and I think that it is important to help others with a game, not just him as well. And at the end of the day, everybody is a human being. Even inmates, they deserve love and care and basic needs just like everybody else does. Reform Rewards is an app that is a hub filled with morally good games. The more the inmates play, the more in-game currency they will earn that they can use to purchase real-life items in the prison. Items such as toothpaste, shoes, and other basic necessities. The games will be designed in order to teach inmates on how to be better citizens, so that they can be prepared to go back out into the real world. Now, let's take a look at the prototype. As you can see, when we first load in, we've got some music and a login page with a login button. If you click on the login button, it'll take you to the login screen, where the inmate must put in their own ID and password. As you can see here, if I put in the wrong password and wrong ID, it will not let me log in. However, if I put in the correct ID and the correct password, it will let me log in. Now, we are on the home page, where you can see games, rewards, and we have access to settings, where we can turn down the sound or turn it up. I will turn it off so that way you can better hear me for this presentation. Here we have icons for player profiles. There are plenty of options: a lion, a bat, a blue alien, a cat, a dinosaur, a dog, a snake, a unicorn, and a wolf. Plenty of options for prisoners to pick what they like. I'm going to choose the dinosaur for now. And there you can see it is now my profile picture. Let's first take a look in the games section. In the games, you can see a bunch of concept ideas for potential morally good games to help teach inmates how to be better citizens. And up at the top, you can see the currency that they will win by playing these games. Let's go back to the home page and take a look at our next place, the Rewards tab. If I click on the rewards, it will take me to a page showing off our rewards. Here we have toothpaste, half-price shoes, extra gaming minutes, and this is where the currency will come in handy. If I click on an item, it will ask me if I want to purchase it. If I say yes, it'll take away the currency needed to buy the object. There's also some additional items. However, I am not a professional programmer, so I have a few glitches and bugs that I was not able to fix, but I did get all my art assets put in. And that is all of my current prototype build. Let's look at the potential. Inmates don't have a great way of earning money in prison. Their jobs don't pay very well, and they usually have to end up relying on money received from their family. This puts a lot of pressure and strain on the families of the inmates. They don't want to see their son or daughter go without basic necessities. However, it is a financial burden. Having a new and innovative way for inmates to make money so that they can get these basic necessities is really important. It will not only improve their social skills, but also improve their lives in prison. For the future of this project, I would like to see it picked up by a company who is willing to invest in its potential. Any prison that has electronics time for their inmates can most definitely use this service. With this Game Hub, game creators can form a community to help inmates and better their lives in their prisons. Thank you so much for listening to my SIP. I will now be receiving questions.
Marissa is joining us via Zoom. Questions for Marissa? Yes, Professor Portillo.
Marissa, great presentation and awesome projects. I'm glad that you are creating attention and light to this type of situation. When we look at games, everyone looks at games like, hey, it's a fun thing to kind of play and be entertained with, but it can also be used as like a vehicle to really help with rehabilitation or just, learn different things outside of the day, right? So my question is how would you walk me through a gameplay scenario of, someone that has just been rehabilitated, right? And then you go into being a citizen hero or something like that. What are some of the gameplay features you would want to see kind of the inmate or former inmate itself, kind of go through the game cycles here? Is she with us?
Marissa, are you there?
I see her on the list, but she's muted. So if you can unmute.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out why my mic's not working.
Now we can.
There we go. This should be better. Game features that I would want to see in games added to this game hub would be anything that's promoting good behavioral habits. So basic things like helping others with little tasks that would build skills for being a nice person to other people. I would also want skills in social aspects of what's appropriate to say in certain situations and what's not appropriate, and to kind of help solidify how to better interact with other people, because a lot of times the people who end up in prison usually have some sort of social disability or just social issues. And if they're better able to learn how to communicate to others in a more appropriate manner, then that will help them to not only avoid more crime, but to also use their life choices and words and actions for better things and not just self-centered focused things.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Marissa? Professor Prater?
So what is this app played on? Is it a cell phone? Is it a computer?
So I use my cousin as an example. He has a tablet, I think an iPad in his prison. So it would be directed towards iPads specifically because that is just the experience that I know on his end. I think that there is computers in most prisons. I don't know that that they all have tablets, but since I did say I wanted to make this for him, I wanted to make sure that it was something that I knew he could definitely use.
Perfect. That's just the answer I was looking for.
All right. Other questions from the audience?
I just got one.
Yes, please.
Concept is amazing. There's nothing out there that's designed for something like that. That's actually kind of interesting. The question I had from an economic standpoint is who's paying for it? Who's going to pay for those credits for the game?
So for this game, I would want it to be focused on not necessarily monetary focus, but I want the focus of funding to be on getting this out for bettering the world and not necessarily making a profit. So this would be a more nonprofit organization. Ideally, we'd like investors who would be interested in taking a loss monetarily wise, but getting a moral win. And this would be kind of like a nonprofit business. So as a comment in the chat says sponsorships, basically yes. And as I was mentioning, this is a hub that game creators can basically add games to. So I want a community to form of people who would be interested in making games to do good, and this could benefit as like a tax write-off, and yeah, charity events as mentioned in the chat as well.
Speaking of chat, there's a lot of comments on your particular idea, Marissa. Professor Brokar talked about that it's a group collaborative gameplay would be great too in that regard. Natasha mentioned sponsorships, a great place to grant funding as well, charity events. Also, Professor Coddington had a particular comment that it's shown to decrease with education. There's a lot of benefits. Professor Romas talked about it being unique, a great angle that is normally underserved. Great job. Professor Understiller said, Marissa, you're passionate about your project shows in your work. I'm sure your cousin will be grateful. Love this idea by Dr. Brokar. Very well said and insightful. So lots of messages about this idea. And also, I think the fact that the goal is to ensure that once these inmates are released, that they can actually go back into society and be productive citizens. And also, there's another message about the fact that the more educated people are, the less likely they are to have bias and racism, and just more inclusivity and have a more of an open mindset. Any other comments or questions for Marissa? Yes.
Have you ever thought about using crypto as far as a burn mechanism instead of monetary for inmates?
Possibly. The idea with the currency inside of it would be to not be tied to actual money, because one of the worries that I had is what if inmates started fighting over accounts and, you know, tried to like hack into each other's accounts or steal each other's information. I don't want this to be attached to monetary and let it be able to be used outside of a very select system in the prison where currency will be specifically focused on these basic necessities so that it can't be spent on anything else, because the important thing that I want to achieve is to help these inmates get what they need, not necessarily extra things that they want, but things that they need.
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. Well done. Okay, next we have Kyle Smith, game art animation student from online, with his idea, Derp.
Hello everyone. I'd like you to take a moment and imagine exploring your local wilderness. How immersive and alive does the environment feel? In movies, online videos, and real life, the wilderness offers adventures, unexpected experiences like encounters with wild animals or an unexpected change of weather conditions. Perhaps you have ventured upon a disaster in the wild and been taken out of the moment by stumbling upon something that wasn't right. What if you could experience these unexpected experiences and naturally occurring events in an environment that feels as alive and unpredictable as the real wilderness without having to venture into real danger. My name is Kyle Smith, and my project Derp is designed to make game environments more dynamic and realistic to wildfire and man-made fire events, and create a more immersive and living environment for players to explore and experience. I achieved this goal by building a fire spreading event that changes the atmosphere, ground material, and lighting when a player is within a particular distance. As we see with this demonstration, the fire ignites off a timer, setting the fire event into motion. As the fire spawns, 2 delay timers are set, one to spawn a burned grass material and the other to begin the spread. Once the delay timer runs out, the fire spreads to nearby grass, restarting the 2 delay timers on the new nodes. As the fire spawns, the sky and lighting are changed by 10% to show a gradual environment change based on how big the fire becomes. As the fire dissipates, the sky and lighting are changed back to the original color by 10%, showcasing a consistent change in atmosphere from start to end. Additionally, previous grass nodes that were there despawned and a burned grass material on the ground appears, showing the player the scorched earth where the fire traveled. This dynamic event is achieved with collision boxes that collide with each other and spread the fire after a certain amount of time. The sky and lighting are changed by a percentage every time the fire spawns through what is called a linear interpolation system. This makes it so if the fire doesn't grow to full strength, the player will experience only a fraction of the full environment change. This dynamic event can fulfill the somewhat stagnant and empty wilderness into a more realistic and living environment that guarantees the player a different experience during every wilderness exploration by stumbling upon these events while they occur or in discovering the aftermath. This project also opens the door to mimicking real forest brush density and creating simulations of forest fire spreading capabilities, as well as expanding upon the forest fire games such as Firewatch, which lack realistic fire spreading events that Derp achieves. The biggest challenge in the creation of Derp was learning to adjust the properties needed. At first, I thought I could achieve this with a tick-style system that changes elements over a period of playtime, much like how a day and night cycle works. This ended up causing my project many setbacks, for the game engine quickly became overloaded for managing too many systems. This caused me to change my approach and switch to a LERP system, which takes much less effort for the engine to handle. After this change, I was able to manipulate multiple system variables while maintaining game stability successfully. Derp offers users the experience of an ever-evolving environment, where every visit outside is guaranteed to offer a new perspective of the game environment and a sense that the environment is living and continues to change dynamically with or without player involvement. Additionally, Derp allows us to give those experiences in the form of simulations to firefighters in training so they can train in real wildfire situations without being in real harm. If we go back to imagining the unexpected and thrilling events a living wilderness offers and compare those experiences with the often dull and lifeless wildernesses we see in games, we can see an ever-growing demand to bring those experiences to players in open-world environments. And with Derp, we can achieve that.
Not sure if Kyle is joining us online. Kyle, are you there? Okay, are there any comments for Kyle for game art? Professor Marquardt.
So I've had Kyle as a student for a lot of classes. He is an epic artist. But it is obviously he's showcasing, like we've seen some with the other artists here as well. Art SIPs are actually some of the hardest SIPs to do because a lot of the things they want to do involve programming, involve other things that they're not necessarily an expert in. And so I give Kyle a ton of credit for kind of going out of his comfort zone and solving these problems using, in this particular case, a blueprint, right, in Unreal, but it's visual scripting. So it's very, very kind of difficult. And so, yeah, Kyle can hear us. I guess he is online.
Yes.
So he's right there, but he can hear us. I'm just saying, awesome job, man. I've talked with you, about this before. it's super impressive when you look at all the work that he had to do to get into, and get it to work. Sometimes we see the end result and we don't realize the amount of work leading up to it. And I know personally that he spent a ton of time on it. And I give him tons of prop. I don't even know if I could do this. That's how awesome it is. So good job, Kyle.
Well done, Kyle. Any other comments for Kyle or questions?
Oh.
Yes, Professor Portillo.
Yeah, I want to echo what Professor Marquez said. I had the privilege of having Kyle in a lot of my entry level classes. Kyle's the type of guy that just thinks of like things like tenfold, like 3 semesters ahead, and that's just Kyle. But the way that he was able to navigate, some of his challenges, he's going into, seeing everything he's doing the scripting side of things, but how he had to pivot that to make sure it was functional. He constantly reached out to subject matter experts for assistance. But a lot of this was all Kai. As an online student, he definitely went into like a huge level of self-discovery and finding all the research to make this work. My only question to Kyle is, I know we had discussed of seeing like some of the atmospheric, like kind of, areas such as like the water and like the lake you have behind, your centerpiece. Were you able to get like the fire to reflect off of that, just to kind of have it more, I guess, eye candy?
And I know he's able to type answers. So while he's typing that up, I'll read out Professor Walter Beek's comment. What a great introduction. I was definitely pulled in listening and curious to see what the project would be. What an amazing project this is. The visual is amazing. The change in atmosphere and the burned grass that shows the scorched earth is really impressive. The details of your presentation were wonderfully engaging, and I so much enjoyed listening to this. If it is possible to make a bit more eye contact during the presentation, I think that would be wonderful. Everything you say is absolutely fascinating, and I am so impressed. Please just try to make eye contact a bit during the presentation and smile if possible. Smiling will help you to connect with your audience even more, and your work is so incredible. Your audience really wants to connect with you. Amazing job, Kyle. I am so impressed. And Kyle stated back, it does reflect and change the water's reflection color.
Good work, Kyle.
Any other questions or comments for Kyle? Wonderful job, Kyle. Thank you. Okay, next up we have Logan Kirkus, who is an online game art and animation major with his SIP project, Weapon Procedural Generation.
What would you do if you had the power to manipulate matter? Now imagine a game where the main character gains possession of a material that would allow them to generate any weapon. They could transform the material into the weapon that would be most useful for them in that specific situation. This transformation would also happen in real time, allowing for spectacular visuals. Using procedural generation from a software called Houdini, we can create a morph effect that could transform any number of modeled weapons in-game in real time. This is an example of that transformation right here. Hello, my name is Logan Kirkus. My student innovation project is Weapon Procedural Generation. This allows weapons to transform into other weapons in real time in video games. I made 4 weapon models, which you can see here. I made them in 3ds Max. Is a sword, shield, spear, and bow. And in Houdini, I added a morph effect to them, between them creating interesting transformations. Unfortunately, because of the limitations in Houdini's free version, I cannot bring them into Unreal. However, I created this template in Unreal showing what would happen. As you can see, the 4 weapons are in the back over there, and the character's walking around with the sword. The weapons switch at the press of a button, just minus the transformations, which I will be showing them off in Houdini. As you can see, at the press of 1, 2, 3, or 4, the weapons transform into each other. Doesn't matter what order they're in, it will still transform into the other weapon. And they run around with each the body too. And that's basically what would happen with the transformations as well. It would just transform and you'd see it happen. This project adds something new and interesting to the game industry. Using the software Houdini allowed me to have access to a bunch of morph transformations. I made 4 weapon models and created 6 morph transformation animations. Each animation can be played forward and reverse depending on the transformations that are being used based off the press of the button that you want to switch to that weapon. Using the transformations, each weapon can transform into each other. It basically tears one weapon apart by its vertices and reforms it into the other weapon, sort of like how I imagine magnetic sand would kind of do it. It adds a whole new level to game weapon design and how weapons function in video games. This would not happen in a cutscene or anything. It would happen at the press of a button while dealing with whatever situation is in front of you. This innovation would not only look great happening in real time, adding extra visual stimulation, but would also help a lot with video game design. You could create an entire game's story, levels, puzzles based off of this game mechanic. And this is kind of how it works. So in Houdini, basically I just added a file of each weapon. You see this one's the sword and this one's the shield. I edited the transformation so they'd line up on each other so you could see it happen easier, but it doesn't have to be on top of each other. You can put like the sword in one hand and the shield in the other, and at the press of the button it'll swap to the other arm and you could block basically. What happens though is after the transformations are there, you add a scatter effect to each one of the weapons, and then it combines into this final animation that based off of this slider switches between them, and at the beginning of the slider it's the sword, at the end of the slider it's the shield. So it kind of goes that way. And then the Unreal scene that I made, this is the blueprint that I used to create that scene. However, that scene is just purely visual. All the weapons are basically being held by the character at the same time, and just the press of 1, 2, 3, or 4, the visibility of each weapon changes. And basically I just put this at the top here that you start off beginning of the game with the sword visible, and as you press buttons the sword will go invisible to the other weapons basically. And this cool game mechanic could create a very fun game. This whole game could be built around a strange material that changes to your needs. As you progress the game, you could unlock more weapons and add to your arsenal to help you in dire situations. You would need to use your head, though, to figure out the right weapon to use in that specific situation to help you overcome the challenge. The material could even possibly be turned into tools, which would open up many different puzzles that could, be used, a whole bunch of wrenches and all things like that, that could lead to a bunch of new and exciting areas. Doesn't that sound like a fun game? Thank you.
I don't believe Logan is with us via online. Are there any comments for Logan? Professor Romas mentioned the gameplay implications are tremendous. Great work, Logan. All right, thank you very much, Logan. Next, we have our game art and animation major, Carter Wolf, who pitched his idea to game design with his SIP project, Hunted.
Imagine yourself running away from a monster that's been hunting you down non-stop, and to no avail, it still finds you. The only choice you have is to stay hidden and utilize your surroundings to distract the monsters, allowing you a slim window of escape. That sounds pretty terrifying, does it not? Well, what if it was dark with no lights? You can't see anything and you'd have no idea where to go or where to look to keep away from the monsters. And what happens if you can't see the monsters at all? Sight plays a huge part in you being able to survive or not. And if I took that away, how on earth could you survive and stay hidden? You practically can't. In video games, it is our sight, or point of view, that allows us to see our characters and control them, keeping them alive for as long as we can. Their actions, interactions, and movements all rely on us, the player, being able to see our character or be able to see as them. That is where the point of view becomes so important. It's a necessity in books, movies, and games. It's common to play a game in the first-person point of view, where you play as the character looking through their eyes, or a third-person point of view, where you play as the character looking through an entity that exists outside of the limits of this game world. But what if there was another way? Why haven't we seen any games utilize the second-person point of view? Hello, my name is Carter Wolf, and that is exactly what my SIP, Hunted, is all about. Utilizing a second-person point of view to create a unique horror game experience unlike no others for players of all kinds. You can control and play as the human character, but you do so from the monster's perspective. The monsters that are hunting you down, that is. You can't control where the monsters look or go, so you must interact with the level to make noise that keeps them near or away from you, allowing yourself to stay in view of them but out of sight, so you can still control and move the human around. The player can only control the movements of the human and not the monsters, whose eyes are what you see through to play the game. The monsters' movements and where they look are controlled by an AI code I created using Unreal Engine 4. They wander the map searching for the human, and once spotted, will rush after to move the human. I made a point-click movement system where once you click anywhere on the floor that is within the view, the human will go to that clicked location. To increase the human's chance of survival, you can also crouch and sneak around. But what happens if you completely lose sight of the human? Easy. More monsters. Being able to switch between the 3 monsters, it increases your chance of survival with more point of views to see the human from, and it also makes it just that more nerve-wracking because now you're trying to avoid 3 monsters from catching you instead of just 1. To lure the monsters in certain directions and areas to distract them, I added throwable bottles and alarm posts that the human can interact with. From throwing a bottle, it will break and trigger a sound, attracting the monsters to go and investigate it. From turning on the alarm post, the monsters will go and search a larger area around the post in search of the human. To make the gameplay easier, I also gave my monsters a special type of night vision to help you, the player, see the human when they're hiding behind walls and objects. It'll also be indicated at the top of the screens of the monster's hunting status by an eye icon. If the eye is closed, they do not see the human. If it is open, they're hunting that human down. Yet, in the very beginning, trying to come up with a SIP idea was just as challenging as working with AI is. Being both a design and art major, anything remotely close to writing code and programming is way out of my comfort zone and unfamiliar territory that I tend to stay away from. I knew with my strengths it would have to be something not too advanced with code, so I shifted my focus more on the how players can play and experience the game to revolve my innovation around. To me, this would require not as much challenges with programming my SIP and will fit nicely within my designer strengths and out-of-a-box thinking. Plus, horror games are just one of my favorite genres. There's so much potential and wiggle room when designing horror games. It didn't take long for me to start building my SIP. And looking at how most of horror games are played, they're all in the third and first person point of view. I made that my main mechanic after I realized that not once is a horror game mainly played in the second, and that is the focus of how you play the game, or experience the game per se. Experiencing something like this in the second person point of view comes down to you playing the game, controlling the main character through the perspective of someone or something else in the game world. The moment I would take out that individual or object that's in the world, it will then become a third person because that object doesn't exist. It would exist outside of it, of the game. As I've mentioned previously, I am in no shape or form a game programmer, so I had to teach myself and use resources I had available to make this game and SIP function. I needed to make post-processing effects, which I use for the night vision, AI code for the monsters, being able to switch between the different monsters' point of views, aka their eyes, the point-and-click movement schematic that you use to move the character. The night vision was probably, though, my most favorite to work on, as I've never doubled with post-processing, and it was just so fun to work on and experiment with. I definitely will want to revisit this and have a higher interest in just making my own post-processing effects in the future. But in the end, I did things I never thought I'd see myself doing. And yet here we are. In a way, this whole journey of my SIP and getting to it was a different point of view for me all on its own. I prevailed, and throughout the whole process, I taught myself so much more than I ever expected that I know I can take with me into the future of my career in this industry. And in a way, I killed 2 birds with 1 stone. I managed to overcome 2 of my greatest fears, game coding and making an amazing and functional SIP prototype that is both innovative, fun, and true to myself. Like a designer, like game, I always say. Thank you.
Questions for Carter? Professor Markwick.
I feel like this is a class reunion.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Carter in forever either. Like all these students go, oh my gosh, you're real people still. That's awesome. So thanks for coming, and obviously good job. I mean, we can see how great this is. And yeah, you said you're a dual major, right? You're taking art, you're taking design, you're doing both.
It's not programming.
Yeah, it's just not programming, even though you have programming there. So very similar to, I mean, I could probably say almost the same thing about you as I said to Kyle previously. But my question is, because you're a dual major, taking both of these, how did you come up with your SIP? And how did you use both those degrees to get the final product that we're seeing there?
So I feel like with like the art aspect of games, pretty much like how you see games, how you do games, the design is how you experience games. So like looking at how all these games are experienced, the majority of board games in this case are, none of them are experienced in the second person point of view. So I thought instantly, boom, there we go. I did do some little bit of research prior to see if there's anything similar to it. There's only like 2 things I did that have second person point of view features, but that's very limited to what you can do instead of control your character. This was all about the second person point of view, and that was the main focus of it, not just having a sight feature for just the overall general game.
I love your monsters too, by the way. The monsters.
Oh, I think
the
great.
faces you drew on.
I might keep on that. That's the art experience that comes with it.
Indeed. You guys don't know, he's an absolute amazing artist. That was kind of like silly, threw that in there. Yeah, good job.
Other questions for Carter? What's the Portillo?
Carter, you exist.
I do.
I've seen you a long time.
I know, I miss you for you.
Fantastic presentation. What I admire about you and your project is you navigating us through all your challenges, how you were able to accomplish it. I'm with you. You know, I see code, I freak out, I get away in my eye. But using this as, hey, you know what? I have the opportunity to kind of dabble into something that I'm not comfortable with. I can experiment with a little bit of script, a little bit of code there to make this thing work. And as you said, and together you were able to actually do all that because now you learned so much about that process.
Yeah.
So when you become a badass artist designer in the industry, you can at least understand exactly what these guys are doing, right? But fantastic job, and I absolutely love the night vision feature in there. That's the I can see myself playing. So
Thank you.
Dr. Smith?
Yeah, I have questions about the gameplay. So like when the night vision is on, is that just for the player to see their selves?
More or less, yeah. In a logical sense, it's not necessarily the monsters that won't affect the AI whatsoever.
Okay.
It's pretty much because when I did first play it without adding the night vision, this is like a couple weeks already after my initial design was already finalized. I added it after as a feature because when you're like going around hiding behind blocks and stuff, you can't see the person you're controlling at all.
Yeah.
So it makes the gameplay super hard. So I thought, realistic in a sense, monsters have night vision. So let me just go ahead and play that into play as far as you being able to see them.
All right, so that's just for the players, not the.
Yeah, no,
The AI won't interact with it. All right, I was looking at it as like, this is a player's nightmare. It's like,
no. I mean, I could probably do a feature as like a hardcore mode where it does affect it, but that would be definitely a stretch goal.
And just out of curiosity with like the actual player, like you said, mouse clicks, are you seeing this for mostly PC or console? Like, what do you see the feature?
As of right now, yeah, it would be just PC and mouse. I don't see the point click feature being able to work with joystick or any like thumb pads. If anything, I have to completely change up the whole movement schematic where you do have to control actual joysticks. But as of right now, it was a point click because I thought that would be also a bit different way to experience the play.
It'll be easier because otherwise it'd be very chaotic to play in that mode. All right, thank you.
There's additional comments online. A great job, Carter. I'm a little creeped out over the concept and I like it. And Professor Sharon said when the original Halloween came out, it opened the killer monster point of view and it was a game changer for horror films. El Walter Beek, I really admire you for stepping outside of your comfort zone, thinking about how players can experience and play the game was a really creative way to think about this. I enjoyed listening to your presentation. Your energy is wonderful, and the idea of playing the horror game in the second person is really creative, unique, and engaging. Wonderful work. Overcoming fear is hard. I admire your dedication to trying new things, and you found success. Wonderful work. And something that I want to point out as well for Carter is a great example of a student that is never satisfied. I think that's a great way to embrace life, is to always push yourself. And he's calling me and Teams messaging me yesterday, and he's like, is there any room for me to make any additional changes? So I think it's important for all of us to understand that when you achieve something, it just shows you that you're capable of that much more. So thank you, Carter, for that. Appreciate it. Professor Kareem?
Yes, I think absolutely wonderful job on this. I think the concept is super cool, super innovative, and just showing that you are master of all the game elements, design, art, programming, like very well done. Especially with the second person, that's what I think I've never seen anything like that before. Do you envision that in any other genre besides horror, or?
It's kind of hard because like the first things that will come to mind aside are like, I don't know, like role playing, like school, like role playing games, simulation games and stuff, because those are the only things that make logical sense. Because like I feel like with games, it has to make sense for like what you're playing and what you're doing exactly. So for this one, a horror, oh, you're playing as a monster, that's funny, and that makes sense. For anything else in like a second person, that's like using the, oh, you did this, you did that. You're controlling your own life. So it's like something I can only think of would probably be simulations as of right now, unless I have to probably do some more thinking and
I agree. I think
exploring.
horror is definitely best. But great job.
Thank you, thank you.
There's also a comment via Zoom by Professor Lynn Understiller. Logan. Oh, this is for Logan, sorry. I just wanted to point that out that Logan mentioned, great job dealing with cutting edge tech with interpolation between components for blending. What you accomplished so far is an achievement. So I just want to make sure that I pointed that out for Logan, who previously presented. And any other comments for Carter?
Will you ever be able to switch between the monster and the human?
If you did, it would probably take out the probably second person point of view if you're able to control a human from the well, no. Well, actually, let's see here. Because second person would basically be word switch, you'd be then controlling the monsters from the human. And in that sense, I'd have to probably rework around the whole story narrative of it, because why would the hunters, oh, actually. I'm gonna put a pin in that and be in the future to maybe apply. That's actually a really good idea.
Any other comments or questions for Carter? There was one from Professor Understiller for yours as well. Great job, Carter. I'm glad you did not show me the final. Yes, I am impressed. Very cool. And also, David said, all I gotta say is game design majors are all super talented. Great job, Carter. Very impressed. And Professor Roma said, great job, Carter. I'm a little creeped out over the concept, but he likes it. All right, thank you very much, Carter. Right. That concludes the game art majors. Next, we have Justin Figueroa, who's a game programming major with Endless Runner Possession.
All right, hello everybody, and here is my issue that I would like to share. So, for the longest times, runner games have always just been a simple run, avoid obstacles, and make it as far as you can. The problem with this is that it's been years since they've been introduced, and they're still the same. There's no real change, there's no difference. Every popular runner game is really just like the other, and for years, even when new ones come out, there's nothing generally new about them. They're all the same in one way or another, and it's bland, and I don't like it. So here's an example of what I'm talking about. On the left, we have Subway Surfers. In the middle, we have Temple Run 2, which is just like Temple Run 1. And on the right side, we have Minion Rush. Notice that they're all very much the same. That's exactly my point. They all have a way to just collect tokens, jump, dodge, and just avoid obstacles. And I think that they should be modernized. I think that there should be more vast features, more things to really keep people wanting to play these games, because right now it's generally bland and forgettable. And I don't like that. I think that there's a lot of potential in this genre, and it's being squandered just with these same old features. And it's really a shame. Now, to move on, I would like to introduce my project. My name is Justin Figueroa, and my project is Endless Runner Possession, which is also going to be known as the out-of-body experience once it is out of the prototyping phase. Now, here's a video of my project. As you can see, I have taken it upon myself to make my own basic runner, but I was able to add my own innovative features to it. As you can see here, in just a moment, you would see a QuickTime event pops up while the player is running, and when they succeed that QuickTime event by pressing M1 on their mouse, they're able to swap characters. Now, I did this feature with a purpose. The main purpose was to really shake up the genre and add some sort of spice to it, to stop this bland thing that I've been seeing this whole time. And the second reason is because I thought the feature was pretty cool. I've seen it in a handful of games before, and I wondered what it would look like in a runner. And that's just the point of my project in general. I want for these features to be expanded upon. I want the runner genre as a whole to be looked at again, and to be considered. Maybe they can have more modern features, more features from popular games now, and see potentially how that can make it better for those who want to play it. And that's exactly what I've done here with my innovation. I put my own modern feature, which is this QuickTime event, paired up with character swapping to completely change the dynamic of the game, to change how it's played. Now it's not just about dodging obstacles, now it's more about when's the next skill check, when's the next QuickTime event, am I gonna have to swap, what's going on, and how to keep dodging obstacles while I have to do this and that. It requires precise timing, and it tests the player's ability to multitask a little bit, and I think that makes things more interesting. My innovation, as stated before, is the idea of swapping characters in the running game with a QuickTime event without interrupting the game flow. That is the innovation. And it is unique because it will add a new challenge. That is why my project is innovative. And as you can see on the picture there, it's just a picture of the QuickTime event and what it looks like during the game, as you saw before. Moving on, the process of building this little runner game was a bit rigorous, I will admit. Now, I used Unity to build this game, and it was a very fun time. But I will admit that I did have a lot of trial and error. There was a lot of passes and failures, and a lot of times where I had to keep trying something until it worked. Now, the level generation, the endless level generation that you saw in my game, it was not too bad to make. It was fairly simple, and I was able to put that together with minimal research. The character swapping, it was a little tricky, but it actually got better after I kept trying it. With the whole trial and error thing, as I was saying, I was able to add a character swapping pretty simply, but the tricky part was the QuickTime events. That was actually a big challenge, especially trying to link the character swapping to the QuickTime event and have it work seamlessly without breaking the game was its own challenge. But it was overall still very fun, and the whole process was a lot of research, some extra help, and just a lot of review. But overall, it worked out, and I'm proud of it. I was able to add this character swap skill check system to my project, and I think that it takes step in the right direction of solving the issue of blandness that we're seeing in the runner genre so far. The game's target is game developers and previous runner fans. Now, the reason I say game developers first is because me myself, when I had to figure out what am I going to do to this runner genre, what am I going to do to these games, how could I change it and make it better, how can I make it fresh, I had to look back into some games like Subway Surfer, Temple Run, as you can see, and I had to think, what can change the dynamic of this game, what can make it interesting again? And that's when I came up with adding this QuickTime event system, adding a way to swap characters in the game, adding a new challenge, right? And I think that other game developers can do the same thing. I feel like the main target for this game main audience that it wants is other game developers, because I want to inspire other people to look at the runners and realize, hey, there's some good potential in these style of games. And what would it look like with some of my favorite features from some of my favorite games? And try to put it together and make something interesting. I think a lot of fans will appreciate that, and I feel like it could really bring this genre back, because it's a real shame that it's so dull right now. My second point is previous runner fans, I think they would like this game. Now, when I say that, I mean other fans that have liked runners before, that like playing them, think they're good, think they're interesting. I feel like they would like this because it gives them their familiar environment with a bit of spice, a bit of something extra, and I think they can appreciate that. My project is very different from the other runners I showed previously because it adds the mechanic of swapping characters and a QuickTime event, which changes the style of gameplay entirely. Moving on. My main parting message here is that a change in the runner genre is necessary, but it seems that nobody really tried to make these differences. I feel like runners could be more than just running and dodging obstacles. As you can see on the left is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Just the same old thing, collecting the same old tokens, dodging the same old obstacles. I think that this can be changed. It's the exact reason why I made my innovation. I made it to put a real change into the runner genre and to really test out how a runner game can function with a more modern mechanic. such as quick time events, such as precise timing and character swapping. And it came out very interesting. I was very proud of it. And I feel like that can be taken a step further. It can be continued and added on to make more interesting things for this genre, to make more differences in the style of gameplay, right? And that's exactly what I've done there, and that's what I want to keep doing. And that's what I urge other developers to do as well. I urge other game developers to maybe take a look at this genre and try their own thing. See what happens. You never know. And for my next point, I would like to challenge you all to download and play any runner genre or any runner game from the App Store. I can guarantee within just about a few attempts, you'll get bored and probably forget about the game, maybe even uninstall it. And that's exactly my point. There should be more interesting ways of executing this type of game. There's no reason for this blandness. It should be memorable and it should be enjoyable. And that's exactly what I believe that my SIP can do with further improvements. I feel like it can inspire more variety among the runner genre, and it can even make a difference and make its own sort of change that can make it more memorable, make the runner games more memorable in general. And that's what I've been here trying to do. And I thank you all for your time. Thank you for listening.
Questions for Justin, Professor Marquardt?
So I've had you in class before, and it's the first time I've seen you in person. So it's another one. It's I keep doing this, like, oh, this is awesome. So great coming in as well. So on your project, now remember, I'm a design teacher as well. You're talking about swapping characters. Obviously, in the game, in the version that you're doing, you just had the same model swap, but it was technically a different character. What is your vision as far as, because I don't think it was clear in the video, what is the point of swapping characters? How would that make it different?
Right, so the point is to not only divert the user's attention so that they won't just be so focused on dodging obstacles, but once it gets, because it's still in prototyping phase, once it gets developed further, I would like to add a timer so that it would be more or less that they have to swap. They have to succeed this event and swap characters or else they're going to lose. If they run out of time, they're going to lose. So once I develop it further with that, that's what I would really want. Because it would change the objective from having to dodge to now more like a relay race, having to keep going and going.
Does each character have like different skills or abilities or stats, or is it just swapping the visuals out and making sure that there's that switch at different parts of the level?
I think it's making sure it's that switch.
Okay.
Professor Moore?
So you mentioned that the out-of-body experience part of this mechanic, what would that look like?
Can you say that again?
You mentioned the out-of-body experience part of this mechanic. What would that look like in gameplay?
What would that look like in game? The out-of-body experience. So pretty much once it's taken those next steps further, right? I'd say that that part of it would look more like the runners we see now. It would look obviously different than what I was showing, because what I was showing was the example of what I want to avoid, of course. But it would, of course, be more polished and would have more interesting things. Right now, it's just a real good demonstration of what the mechanic can do and the potential it has. When it's taken a step further, I would like to have more characters. I would like to have a timer, and I would possibly also like to have some sort of enemy that would be chasing the player to give it another layer of challenge, another thing of fear, really, so that it can be more interesting to the player.
Awesome job. Very cool concept and idea. Have you ever thought about maybe adding like a story element to it? Like one character is like in this place and then you swap the other one and then environment change or whatever, like some sort of storyline to follow the two characters.
Yeah, I did think about adding a story thing. I actually had like a huge thing planned out initially where I would have it be very story driven, but what happened was when I had to go in and put it as a SIP, I had to kind of alter the idea and condense it more so that it can actually fit the format here, because you can't build like an entire game with all these different features all within the time of the class for SIP. So, but originally I did have a big story in mind actually. Very cool.
Sorry, I have two questions, actually, if that's not a problem. So what happens at the moment when you miss the quick time?
When you miss the quick time event, the game just keeps going as normal. The event
goes away, your screen goes back to normal, and then you just keep going until you make it to the next area where the quick time event pops up again. So it functions just like that. It doesn't have a penalty per se. That would be another step forward, but that's where it is right now.
And since you are handling infinite runners or the vast majority of the time mobile games, just like the three you've shown, but the controls for yours, you mentioned the left click on the mouse. So how would you kind of convert that over to like a mobile version?
How would I convert it to a mobile? I believe that the simplest way to do that, because it would pop up on screen and you'd have to time it within a few seconds. You can see the bar. I think that you would have to click within that area of the screen. Like it should be obvious where you have to click, and then you just press it. Like I believe it's used for the camera.
All right, thank you very much, Justin. Next, we have Killian Lane, who is a game programming major with Attribute and Ability Manager.
When you play a game with multiple different characters, usually they all have different stats and attributes. In Team Fortress 2, for example, Scout is regarded as the fastest and most agile class. However, in some situations, the Soldier class is capable of outpacing him through rocket jumping, while the Demoman class is even faster than that with his sticky jumping.
What happened here?
Team Fortress 2 isn't entirely about how fast you can move, however. Scout is much more capable of applying his mobility options in combat, compared to Soldier and Demoman. They need to sacrifice time aiming and their health to use theirs. Scout can just jump and run around. This is why Scout is the most agile class, but rocket and sticky jumping are still a very agile movement option. I wanted to find some way to quantify those qualities, and that's where the idea for this program came from. My name is Killian Lane, I'm a game programming major, and this is my Attribute and Ability Manager. The Manager is a window in Unity that quantifies the total perceived value of each attribute and ability that the object or character has. My innovation is right here, this Attributes window. I can place a character inside of this character field and it will display the overall capabilities of the character. I'll put my blue square character in the character field and we'll see some more fields. The desired speed, power, and tech weight represent the desired point of balance. The attribute number is the list of our abilities and attributes. We can change the number here and the list will grow and shrink. The current speed, power, and tech weights are the total capabilities of our character. They are based on the abilities and attributes that have been applied to the character. Down here I have a bunch of sample attributes and abilities. They all have their own speed, power, and tech weights. The weight of all of the attributes, and by extension of the character, are technically arbitrary numbers, which can be altered based on the whims of the designers. If a designer finds some ability is far more powerful in some aspect than they had initially thought, they can easily modify it here. Let's go ahead and make our character a little interesting and add an ability. We'll start by incrementing the attribute number to 1, and we can see our list of attributes increase. Let's also assign some desired weights for its capabilities. Let's say a designer wants the player to be above average in all areas, so we can assign our desired weights accordingly. Set 3 to each, for example. You can see now that the program does the math for us and tells us we're 3 away on each category of capability from our desired balance point. Let's add an ability to him. Let's say teleport. Now we can see that that ability brings our current weights to different values, the same as the teleport ability. Too much mobility and not enough power or tech for our desired weights. Let's say we really want to have this ability. We can go about this a few ways. We can give ourselves more abilities to even us out, or give us more simple attributes that impact stats. Because I have a limited amount of abilities to play around with, I'll use some simple attributes. My speed is -2 away from balance, so we'll add our -10% speed, which we rated as -2 in speed capability. I'll increase the attribute number up to 2, and then drag it in. Let's add something more to balance this out. Adding another that is simple enough. Adding +30% accuracy will give us the tech needed to balance this out there. Increase our attribute number to 3. and apply the accuracy. Now you'll see the program knows that we're just one addition off from balance. It can suggest for us to add the plus 75% attack attribute, and we'll be balanced. So now we can increase this one more time, and then add on our attribute. Now I have a character with less movement speed, and has a highly mobile teleporting capability, reminiscent of the soldier class from earlier, lower walking speed for a strong movement option. This program aims to help designers add and create a balanced roster of characters or classes. There are times in some games where the point of balance can make a game feel unfun or make the game feel unenjoyable when not playing as a select few. Some games can be okay with a less than stellar balance system, some games just don't have a need for it, while with other games, the damage done from such imbalance can harm the game immensely. Gacha games in particular are very vulnerable to damage from imbalance, where balancing nerfs are unheard of, and potential solutions can be frustrating for players to deal with. The damage dealt there can be catastrophic, leading to potentially dire sales losses. I hope to see programs like this help prevent these issues from occurring, and make games overall better. Thank you for your time, and I hope this program can lead to better balanced games all around.
Killian, questions for Killian? Professor Henry.
Yeah, so this is a tool for designers to use to help them kind of figure out how to balance some things. What was kind of the thought process you went through and trying to figure out what designers would want or how it would work with designers? Did you talk with designers, kind of see what they're interested in?
I never really talked with any designers. My thought was that designers might want to incorporate abilities into their balance systems, like judging a character as being above average in speed because they have speed abilities rather than their raw movement speed being above average.
And how expansible was it for designers to expand them?
It can have as many fields as you would want. Like say in my example, I only have 3 power tech speed, and you could add more other things. Like you could add a defense value, you could add something else, and add those to the abilities.
Any other questions for Killian?
I'm curious, like, so in your little setup there, if I made a very imbalanced character, what would happen?
Well, it'll just let you go. It'll tell you that you're terribly unbalanced, but it'll let you go.
All right, so it just gives you a warning that this is
Like
not,
this is probably not what you think you're going to be.
Okay.
If you want it to be balanced, then this is not balanced.
There's a comment from Professor Walterbeek via Zoom. Wow, Killian, what a great introduction. I couldn't wait to see what you were going to present, and your presentation absolutely met the high expectations you set. I really love how you walk through the capabilities of the character and how they are applied. Seeing this is fascinating and so informative for a person who is not in your discipline. You did a great job explaining what you have created in a way that someone who is not familiar with this can follow along and understand. That's wonderful. Making complex things understandable for a non-industry audience is a wonderful ability. Thank you for sharing this. Any other questions for Killian? Professor Prager?
So this is more like a guide rails for the designers, so they know when to nerf characters and when to buoy the characters up.
Pretty much, yeah.
So my question, you had 333 as your parameter. Do they have an initialization that the developer has to go through to set your levels and things like that? When you first start your program, does the developer have to fill out like a survey or something like that to say what our levels are going to be, or how does that work?
At this point, it would have to be manually input. I plan on in the future adding some sort of machine learning to that. That would help streamline that.
Good.
Thank you. Oh, yes.
So if I'm kind of understanding it, is this to help balance out class-based things like tanks, speed characters?
Basically
supports?
anything that has multiple different characters or classes you play as.
Gotcha.
Just for clarification, when you did you put all of the stats to the same number? Like a lot of fighting games will have some characters that are faster but stronger, while it'll have other characters that are faster but weaker, slower but stronger. Can you adapt what your goal target number is for those?
I don't see why not with this.
All right. Thank you very much, Killian. Next, we have Natasha Hernandez, the game design online student with Masuma.
Do you remember having to do partner projects in school? Whether you were the kid that did everything or the kid that did little to nothing, there obviously wasn't an equal workload. And what about video games? What about those co-op experiences that you have with a buddy or a sibling where one of you carried the other? Hi, my name is Natasha Hernandez, and today I am presenting you with Masuma. Masuma means split in Maltese. Now, why is this important? Well, because Masuma is a game where two people play one character. Two people play the same character by one controlling the left side and one controlling the right side. To show input for the time being from both players, Masuma will change color. Player 1 is blue and player 2 is red. When both are controlling Masuma, Masuma will turn magenta color. To make it easier for everyone, two cameras will be set up, one showing the reaction of me and the person I play with, and another on the keyboard so you can see us input the controls. The person I chose to showcase Masuma's gameplay with is someone I would consider my twin. She has not tested it out before recording, so this was her initial reaction. Due to some technical difficulties, audio and video recordings do not align with the gameplay. Let's go ahead and get started. First reaction. Oh, whoa! Whoa! Oh, we can go up the stairs. These are meant to be. Yep. Game developers be like, it's not meant to do that. Oh, oh god. Be like, Masuma is inspired by the pill bugs from A Bug's Life. We're actually like gaming right now. Okay, we just. I'm panicking. Okay, hold on. Wait. Let's centerize ourselves. Let's center. Okay, just jump forward. Jump forward. Jump. Oh, okay. Get in the middle. Center. Jump forward. Jump forward. Oh, center. Okay, boom. Boom. Yay. That's me. Yay. All right. Well, thank you for joining me. I guess. While I consider Rihanna a double of myself, my inspiration came from my frustrations playing co-op with my husband. The final straw was a Hat in Time. It released as a co-op game, yet when my husband and I played, player 2 was an absolutely horrible experience. I came up with the concept of two people playing the same character, but how could I do this? How could I make it enjoyable? How could I make the same character playable for two people, giving them freedom but restricted by being in the same step? Siamese twins. With my mindset, I had started creating concepts and designs and how I would bring this character to life with the 3D modeling app, Blender. Blender was constantly crashing, my model wouldn't show, and many other miscellaneous bugs that made it nearly impossible for Masuma's model to be ready at the time of this showcase. After meeting with a professor and discussing not putting Masuma's model in the game, it left a bitter taste in my mouth. It was like a sports team without its mascot. I couldn't do it. And so for 4 days, I spent 10 plus hours redoing parts of my model, redoing the bones, the animations, and every little bug I could find and get rid of it. The closer and closer I got, I started holding my breath each time I was able to iron out a bug. The final time, I was holding my breath because I was so scared but hopeful that I had gotten the last bug. After I got it all into Unreal 5 and it worked, I was shocked, and I continued holding my breath until all I could do was fill my lungs with enough air to start squealing. Luckily, those same issues didn't occur as harshly on Unreal. I knew the level didn't need to be grand, but I knew it was going to be a circus theme. To close out the showcase, whether you were the type to lead or the type to let others carry you through an assignment or a game, Masuma is a co-player experience that will bring you together and give some people a newfound experience that you just can't have on your own. Thank you.
I understand Natasha is joining us via Zoom. Any questions for Natasha? Professor Markwick.
That was epic. Obviously, this is we talked for quite a bit about the project in general. I know all the struggles that you went through. I'll admit, this is probably one of my favorite presentations I've ever seen it set, because all the live responses and all of that stuff, you just included all the things. Like everything I told you to do, you basically did it and more and then better than what I was even imagining. I think I told you that as well. But your final product ended up being better than what I even imagined when you were working on it. So congratulations to that.
Thank you.
And all the right, all the stuff that you experienced. What kind of talk me through your confidence of where you were when you first started to where you are now based on this project by itself?
It probably started from the bottom of the totem pole and just continued working its way up. It was always a maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't, and then focusing on the wrong things. And as I was able to kind of get everything out of my mind, all the clutter, then it became, this is what I'm working on, and what do I need to do to strengthen it? And I feel like as I got more focused on what I needed to do for it, the better I was like, I absolutely have this in the bag.
You sure did. Good job.
Thank you.
All right, so this is a step that required a lot of programming, a lot of art, a lot of design to complete. What was the experience of doing this as a solo developer rather than with an entire team?
Honestly, I was extremely happy with how much I was able to learn and grow within the given time frame. I love being able to do more than what's expected because I get more out of it. And I definitely think I can use this opportunity to make it bigger as an indie developer than I thought of myself previously.
Great job.
Professor Prater?
My only thing is just a quick comment. You mentioned the phrase that one should never utter, the last bug. All it's going to do is draw more bugs to you. So don't ever say the last bug. Say the last bug I can see or the last visible bug, but don't say the last bug because that's only going to.
Oh, absolutely.
There's comments in Zoom from Professor Sharon Bowman. I am so proud of you for all of your hard work, Natasha. From Professor Walter B. What an amazing idea. I have two people play the same character. That's really fascinating. I enjoyed seeing how you brought this idea to life through the art and then the modeling. What a creative concept this is. From Professor Romas, Natasha, Masuma is amazing. It has been a true pleasure watching this concept evolve over time. Your hard work and passion have accumulated brilliantly. Exceptional work. And for Professor Understiller, congratulations on finally getting your rig into the game, Natasha. Congratulations, Natasha.
Thank you.
We have one more presentation from the Game Art, Game Design, Game Programming, and VR with Don Smith, who is a VR online student.
Oh, hello. Sorry. I was playing virtual reality in my head-mounted display, or HMD. That's a technical term for the virtual reality headset, which I learned while pursuing my degree in virtual reality at the University of Advancing Technology. VR can be fun, but some people complain that it can cause motion sickness, I never have that problem, but if you do, that's okay. It happens to a lot of people. I just wish there was a way to keep it from happening or reduce the chances of it happening. Maybe there is. Hello, my name is Don Smith, and as I said, I'm a VR major at the University of Advancing Technology, and today I'd like to talk to you about my student innovation project, which is a VR movement method using magnetism. And the idea behind it is that it should help reduce the chances of people getting motion sickness while playing virtual reality. I started with the idea that it might be possible to use existing game engine physics in order to create this new type of movement, potentially using polarity or magnetism between two objects to pull one to the other. This was the blueprint that I came up with to make that happen. I started by creating a blueprint actor within the Unreal Game Engine, and then I assigned two static meshes to it. One acts as the object within the scene that the player can target and will be drawn to. The second one is hidden and acts as the actual magnet. And the idea behind that is it can be centered in front of the object or the static mesh that the player is seeing, and it will act as the magnet and draw to the person without causing any collisions, so they won't actually be pulled to that first object and collide with it. Because the blueprint is designed to allow the object to become any static mesh, or I wanted to make sure that I created an easy way to create transforms to change the size, location of both the actor, static mesh acting as the object, and also the magnet. So I created a couple of components, variables, as transforms that allow me to quickly go in and change both the size of the object that the player is seeing in the game as well as the magnet that sits in front of it. And that's done easily just by coming in here and changing location, rotation, or scale. So this is the blueprint that I used to create the functionality within the level. Let me just put in a quick disclaimer. I'm not a programmer. I created this using research mainly through YouTube and trial and error. So there potentially could be an easier way to set this up. This was just the way that I was able to figure it out. The movement itself is created by using a timeline. The blueprint is basically telling the game that when the magnet is activated to stop player input control and then convert to running the timeline, which is going to move the player from point A to point B. And then when the magnet is turned off, it tells it to stop running the timeline and return control to the player. The timeline is set up to be a 1 second move, so from point A to point B takes 1 second. And it's important to have it set up this way because it allowed me to create a variable called time in seconds, where I can easily go in and adjust the time it takes to move from point A to point B, and that allows control over the speed in which it moves. And I can just adjust that one variable to adjust the speed. So in order to create functionality, you really only need two blueprints. The first one being that magnetism blueprint, and the second one is just a blueprint in the player pawn itself that gives the player control over turning the magnet on and off. And this is created by using a simple line trace. What's happening is the blueprint is telling the game that when the player uses the controller to target an object within the game, and it pulls the trigger in order to turn on the magnet, it's going to check and see, is that object that the player is targeting, is it a magnet? If it is, then it will cast to the movement blueprint or that timeline in the previous magnetism blueprint, and it will conduct that movement from point A to point B. If it's not the target, then nothing will happen, and if the player releases the button or the trigger, then that'll also cancel the movement. A few extra features put in here is the ability to change the length of the laser that performs the line check. So if you wanted there to be some type of distance restraint, you can add that in very simple just by changing this number here. And those two are basically the blueprints you need to create the function within the game level. And then now I'll show you some demonstration of that in action within the game level itself. I started off testing this concept with the third-person version of the level within the game engine, just because it was the one I was most comfortable with dealing with blueprints. And basically through that I was able to prove that it could be done by creating that magnet, the object as a magnet, and then pull the player pawn to it. As you can see, you get pulled kind of fast, and luckily I built in those the ability to go in and change the speed just using that variable, which I ended up doing. And just by changing that time in seconds variable, I could then redo it and slow down the movement speed. And the interesting thing, it has a nice slow start up, it ramps up to max speed, and then it slows down upon reaching the target, and it does not have that collision because it's actually hitting that magnet before it. And this is the VR demonstration of the functionality. I have it set up where there's a set number of asteroids that are designed to be the magnets. They're in blue. As you'll see, I'll be able to easily spot them and pull myself to them. But in theory, any of these could be set up. I just set it up with just a couple for demonstration purposes, but all these could be set up to be the magnets. And as you can see, once you start the movement, the player pawn is kind of locked in on the axis, so there's no left or right movement, up or down. It's just a very smooth, controlled, pulled to the object in a straight line. And again, you can go in and set the speed at which the player is pulled, and you can also set the length of the laser or the line trace. And it's a very smooth, controlled movement. Not much else to say about it. And that pretty much wraps up my presentation. Again, I am Don Smith, and this has been my presentation on my student innovation project, a method of movement within the game environment that hopefully reduces the chances of getting motion sickness while using the head-mounted display. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm just reading to make sure if Don was online. It doesn't appear that he is online with us. Any comments for Don? Yes, Austin?
I was gonna ask him if you're here, if this technique of movement in VR, if he was able to have other people test it and see if it did help their motion sickness at all.
Mm-hmm. That's definitely something he'll have to consider. I believe he's in Japan as we speak. Dr. Henry?
Yeah, because the comment just to add to that is that this is a very tough problem to solve in VR.
Mm-hmm.
It's one that's still being worked on and still trying to find. So it's great to see students solving difficult problems, problems that haven't been solved yet by their professionals. Really
Most
nice to
people's
see.
first VR experience tends to be negative because the equipment itself is not of high standards. And so when the experience and the equipment coincide, and then they have a more favorable outlook on VR.
I was gonna say, as somebody that does suffer for motion sickness when I'm in VR and it moves me around, like just watching his visual, it felt like I wasn't immersed, of course, but it felt like the way that he had the parameters set that the rocks were almost moving across from me as opposed to me feeling like I'm moving, which is what causes me to have the issues. So I think it might have solved the issue, but I'd have to test it firsthand to see.
Latency is very real. And also even with the new Meta Quest, I just tried that out with Christelle just a couple of weeks ago when we were in the VR experience. And it really just depends on the animations as well and what they're meant to do in order to like create a behavior change. But yeah, we'll definitely share those comments with Don. Any other comments for Don? Yes, sir.
I have a question for what you said, just because I'm not as familiar as most people here. Do you get less or more motion sickness when or can you tell it when you move to an object versus an object moves to you?
It mostly is from, like, for me personally, it's when I feel like when everything's moving around me and like I'm standing still. So like if I get into, like, my daughter loves the VR roller coasters, which make me nauseous. But I've also tried like games where I can actually control myself moving down like an alleyway or something of that nature, and that will start to bother me too. So what they've done in a lot of the games is you'll have like a teleportation where you just kind of jump. So, but when I was watching specifically on his diagram, and like I said, unless I'm immersed, I can't really feel it. It felt like the pulling system, it was anchored, so it almost felt like everything else was kind of just moving.
And I agree, that's what
it
it felt like to me.
And so as long as the visual doesn't make me feel like I'm supposed to be moving, I don't get that sickness.
Okay. Yeah.
And even working with the tech company where we did VR development, people that had never experienced VR before, we would have them sit just because they may experience some dizziness if they've never played with VR before. But as they advance into being more comfortable with VR, then we do like the actual rooms where it's a room dedicated solely to the VR experience, because if you're tethered to a head-mounted display, you might trip over that as well. So VR can be a little cumbersome, but a lot of the like location-based VR experiences that you see at like malls, those will always have chairs, because you just never know what somebody may experience during and even after the VR experience. All right, so this concludes the first half of our Student Innovation Project showcase. Please remember to go to soccertip.com so that way you can vote for SIP choice Viewer's Choice Award. But again, remember that after our lunch break at 12:30, please come back to the theater to continue watching all of the presentations, and then you can make your choice at that time. So thank you very much for the first portion of the SIP Showcase. I'll see you at 12:30.
Come on, buzz that is it. Don't you actually that you're here? It's called- See, I told you, you are moving. That's what it is.
I think we're ready. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Student Innovation Project Showcase for Fall of 2022. We completed our business technology, digital marketing, advertising, art, as well as all our game majors, game design, game art, game programming, and VR. And now we will continue our SIP Showcase with robotics and embedded systems and digital maker and fabrication. And next up, we have Maya Morgan, robotics major with Touchless.
Hello, my name is Maya Morgan. I am a robotics and embedded systems major. My SIP project is named Touchless. It is a device that will detect if someone's heart rate has increased. Once it detects an increased heart rate, it will contact one emergency contact via email and let them know that Touchless has detected a heart rate. I will be doing that with a M5 a heart rate sensor, IFTTT, a laptop, and I will be running my code through Arduino. As I previously mentioned, I will be using a M5 so I decided to create a unique case for my SIP project. Here we have my IFTTT applet, which allows my heart rate sensor to communicate to my emergency contact. This is the setup for my email that will be going out to the emergency contact. Then here is my heart rate sensor trigger that was set up. Here is all my code that is being ran through Arduino. Once I double check all of my code, I press upload and let my sketch compile. Alright, so the output looks like there are no errors, which is a great sign. So we'll go ahead and look at the serial monitor. It is showing zeros, so at this moment you will go ahead and put a finger on the heart rate sensor. Then you will keep it there for approximately 30 seconds and let the sensor detect a beats per minute. As you can see, if you look at the code above, it will show that if a beat average greater than 3 is detected, then the IFTTT trigger will take place. If you recall, the IFTTT trigger goes ahead and lets an emergency contact know once the heart rate is detected as increasing. This is what the sensor detecting a heart rate over 3 looks like. Right now there is no finger on it, so it is detecting no finger. And once I put my thumb on the sensor, it is reading my heart rate. And right now the beats per minute is at 0, but once my finger is on here for a couple minutes or a couple seconds, it will upload. Finger is still on the sensor. it's running through all the code just to make sure. Oh, so it has detected over 3 for the beats per minute. So we'll go ahead and check my email, and it is coming through like crazy. So I will just unplug this just to stop the emails from coming in. But as you can see, it will say this is the emergency contact. Whoever is chosen, SOS, touchless has detected a seizure.
So that was Maya Morgan's touchless project. Any questions or comments for Maya? Professor Ray?
Yeah, I have a question. So you said it sends an email if the section. So I have a lot of emails that aren't really even my question. Is there a reason why you didn't choose text or?
So originally it was text, but with IFTTT, after a certain amount of text going through trial, it started charging me, so I switched it to email.
Professor Brennan?
That's very interesting. I like how that looks. So my question is, does this send alert out, or can it send alert out to medical professionals or that particular patient's doctor if they're under special care or need something like this?
I suppose it could, as long as I had an email, I could set that up and it would go directly to them.
Professor Curry?
Awesome idea. Very cool to have like a diagnostic tool right in your hands. You know, I saw that the emails were talking a lot about seizures. Are there any other kind of like disorders or any other like stuff you would want to use this to diagnose and like send alerts to?
Yeah, so originally my idea was to create, at the beginning I showed a case for my M56C, and unfortunately I didn't get a chance to 3D print it, but that was supposed to be kind of like a watch in a sense. So then once it detected, I wasn't able to get this far, but once it detected that the heart rate was increasing, then it would send an alert. It was kind of, the whole idea was around seizures, and I just didn't end up having enough time to fully get that out, so I had to improvise.
Awesome job.
Thank you.
Professor Prager?
Okay, so quick, how much is the M560 about? Is it hundreds of dollars? Is it tens of dollars?
It's about $30, I believe.
It's about 12.
12.
So $12. Is there a way? I know with my Apple Watch, which I spent more than $12 on, I know that it can say my heart rate is high and I'm not exercising because I'm not moving.
Right.
If you were able to print the case for your M560, could you do the same thing? And how would you do it? Pro tip, you can, or I wouldn't be asking.
Right. Okay. I believe so. I think.
Well, what would you use to do it? Starts with an I.
To do the IFTTT, right?
Yeah, but to tell that you're not exercising, you're not moving, but your heart rate's high. How could it tell that? Starts with an I and ends with a U.
Starts with an I and ends with a U.
3 letters.
Okay.
I blank you.
I'm drawing the blank.
Middle one's an M.
Okay, I am you.
Yes. Yes. How does the IMU work? I'm sorry. I thought that these were softball-y. I wasn't trying to kill you. I'm sorry.
The IMU, so that's a sensor.
Yep. For acceleration, remember?
Yes. Okay, so that's a sensor for acceleration. So when it detects a movement, then that's when it would let the emergency contact know, rather than the heart rate.
Yeah, you could do that, but you could also say, hey, your heart rate's high, but your IMU isn't moving, right?
Okay.
So it could send the same notice saying, hey, you got a high heart rate, but you're not moving, what's going on. You may need to check that.
Okay.
So, and the last thing, what are next moves with this? What else would you want to do with it? What are you thinking with it?
I think the next moves would definitely be to get the 3D printed cakes going and try and figure out how to set that up and then switch over.
Cool, good.
Just an idea that popped in my head after what Professor Prater was saying. I think something where you have no motion, where your IMU is not moving, but you have a super fast heart rate is indicative of like panic attacks.
Right.
Something
Okay.
high stress. So could be used in that kind of area, especially nowadays with anxiety and all this.
Right.
Like, would be super helpful to like let that person know, like, hey, take a couple deep breaths, you know.
Okay,
So
like,
definitely potential.
that makes sense, and I can send like a positive email.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Calm down.
Yeah.
And let's say that the M560 is $15.
Right.
How much would the whole setup cost about?
Okay, that's what I was referring. So the whole setup would be about $30 because the M560 is 12, and then the sensor alone was about 12.
Yeah, or 8 or 12,
Yeah.
something, but it was cheap, right?
Right.
A lot cheaper than an Apple Watch.
Right.
I do have a question. Will it generate some type of report, like at the end of the week, end of the month, based on all those emails? Is that something that, I know that people are becoming more interested in wellness and just monitoring their health in general.
Right.
Is that something that could be, created with that?
We did it in our class in 230. Remember with IFTTT, we did one with email. What was the other thing we worked with? It's something with Google, a spreadsheet with Google.
Oh yes, it was. There was a spreadsheet, and then it had everything. It like kept track of everything.
That's nice.
Yeah, you could use Google Sheets, and once again, it's free.
Right.
So it's $30 to get in, and 30's high. It's probably about $25 to get in, and then you could arrange it for anything.
I just think if there's a report generated, people will be more cognizant of their behavior, their perspective, their attitude. So that way, if it's, let's say, in the danger zone, that they could, maybe look at their lifestyle and change some of their habits, whether it's eating healthier or exercise or meditation. I think that people have more information, they're more likely to make a change for the positive.
I think that would help people be more accountable.
Absolutely.
It's all data. It's the coming trends are data. The more data, the better.
Even color coded, and it gives you some type of acknowledgement, or not a reward, because that would be, I think, counterproductive, but something that at least states that you're on the right path towards longevity or having even better mental awareness as you age, all of the benefits of just being healthy overall.
Rewards in the way of badges or something like that, so it's not harmful. It's good for us. Definitely.
Any other comments or questions for Maya? All right, thank you very much, Maya. Well done. Next up, we have Jeffrey Cross, who is a robotics online student with his Sectron project.
There are over 8 billion people using smart devices in this world, and all of them are waiting for the next upgrade in smart technology. With that knowledge comes a problem of an oversaturated market and apps just built upon each other over and over again doing the same thing. It's been going on for about 2 decades now, reinventing the same concepts in just different packages. In today's active market, we can clearly see an unhealthy trend with this. People are reinventing what's already been done. But what if we could go in a different direction? What if we could do something new out of something old? That's what I'm about to do. My name is Jeffrey Koss, and I'm a student at the University of Advancing Technology. My major is in robotics and embedded systems, with the focus being on innovative programming and product design. I've been working on a project that will bring something innovative to the market, and there it is. It's time for this project to be revealed to you all. I call it the Sectron, and that's an acronym for Source Evaluation Kit. And Tron meaning, in this case, a platform for discovery. The goal of this, crack open the smart technology and give it some plug-and-play technology by introducing cartridges to it. We'll no longer rely on manufacturers to provide our version of a smart device. Now you can pick and choose what you want to do. I'm going to give you a brief introduction to this by giving you a product overview. So right here, this is the Seatron on a breadboard. I do have a prototype, but unfortunately, because of a chip shortage, I wasn't able to put it all together. But I have a working prototype here. So I just press the button and you get the time. Okay, it's one of them. It's one of the buttons that you can press. That button there is for the menu screen. And with the menu screen, you'll be able to set the time. You'll be able to set the LED colors, and you'll be able to set specific patterns that those LED colors can do. Basically, it's just bling. Here's an example of us being able to change the LED color right here. I do apologize. Some of this video is shaky and a little bit blurry. Unfortunately, this is a very small device and you'd almost need a macro lens in order to get it done right. But moving on. So I just set the lights to red, and in a minute it'll turn red. Now we can set the effects, and in this case I'm going to set it to what we call scanner, and I'll just let the video show what it can do. Here we go. Pretty neat, huh? So, I mean, think of this as a futuristic looking device that the Mandalorian would be proud to wear. It can do a lot of different things. Now, we're going to move on to the third button, which is basically a display for various things that is going on with the watch. Right now, I have it set to the battery that controls the computer. I just turned it off. Here, we're going to get to the bread and butter here. This is the cartridge button. Right now, it's going to register that there's no cartridge in it. But in a moment here, I'm going to use one of those two cartridges to introduce to you two of the small concepts that I have already done for this smart device. I just put in a red laser, and now it registers as a red laser because the cartridge is plugged in. We're activating the laser, and if you turn the knob to the left, it'll go full on. But if you turn it to the right, it'll increment in steps, as you can see there, so you can adjust the brightness of it. This particular laser isn't very powerful, but I do have a blue laser that can cut through stuff. I just didn't want to show it right now because it's not done yet. So, the second cartridge is a robot. I am a robotics student, so I had to put a robot in there. So basically, this cartridge will power your robot using IR technology. You have to arm it right there. And as you can see, I just made the robot turn to the left. I stopped the robot. The robot is now going to turn to the right. And you can also see this indicated on your screen on what's going to happen there. And now we're going to stop it again. And the robot is going to go forward. So as you can see, the technology works. And this is just the first iteration of it. I'd like to thank you for you guys' time. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
He's actually in a job interview right now. So he's like, should I do the job interview? I'm like, no, do the job interview.
So we wish him the best of luck to Jeffrey on his job interview, but are there any comments for Jeffrey?
It's great. He did a great job, obviously.
Bring that to the job interview.
Absolutely. All right, no comments or questions? Okay, good luck, Jeffrey. Next, we have William Hardman, who is a digital maker and fabrication online student with PECS.
My name is William Hardman. I'm doing a Bachelor's of Science in Digital Maker and Fabrication. For 13 years, I served in the Department of Defense as a Special Operations Operator with the United States Marine Corps. I had the opportunity to deploy around various locations around the world, being exposed to problem sets as an end user, where field craft was often our only solution. After leaving active duty service, I continued as a civilian contractor as a special operations engineering technician. to continue deploying around the world, but instead of as an end user, I was a one-stop shop for end users to come with problem sets to be solved. So if an end user came to me with a task of cutting subsurface material, how would I do it? The following SIP is my solution. The Parasite Expandable Capability System is a three-part system that adapts a video array defender with a new capability without permanently modifying or breaking into any of its systems. To achieve this, I had to design three subsystems: a 3D printed chassis to carry the system and tooling, a small electronics package that would parasite off its host as inputs and translate them into outputs, to a third system, which was a purpose-built tool for subsurface cutting. The initial concept was restricted to what I had on hand and the resources available to us. Based off of lessons learned with prototype 1, we continued to improve our 3D printing side of it. The current 3D chassis design, as seen in the upper left, incorporates a attachable plate that taps into existing thread patterns of the video array defender. Various mounting locations will mount the electronics package, and the tool carrying system will allow the RV to deliver a custom-built tool. Current electronics package uses microcontrollers to control inputs from the RV LED lights and claw position to initiate the purpose-built tool. Lessons learned early on help us with our design cycle as we brought in the battery and electronics package into one enclosure. As seen here, the latest revision of the enclosure and the beginning of the latest electronics package in development. For the in-purpose tool, we had to think of lightweight and the other environmental issues with subsurface use. We determined that small munitions would be an ideal sealed power source that was common within the DoD. So we started with the 50 caliber BMG based on gunpowder and have moved up to a 50 caliber blank that's electrically fired using a low explosive propellant. Initial tool designs, as seen in the FEA, were able to hold the black powder, but later design revisions were made to hold increased chamber pressures. The initial tool was made on a manual lathe and is still being made on a manual lathe, but also has the option for CNC for limited production. The end result of prototype 1 of the tool was a successful cut of 4-inch armor-based LAN cable. From simulations and cutting wedge design, we have calculated that the tool cutting edge has the capability of a cutting force of 4.5 million PSI on the designed edge. Latest revision of the tool design have been made in order to handle more pressures and add the function of keeping everything as one and repeat use. So why is this important? This is important because this tool has cost me under $1,000 to produce per unit. It also is backed by sound engineering practices and has a turnaround time of 2 weeks at current production. Alternative means would be several thousands, if not millions of dollars for various warfare centers or Fortune 500 defense companies to be able to produce in field. All equipment is fieldable and has seen various makerspace-like technologies across DoD facilities and locations. This is a capability that can be built off of and sent out as a complete system or as a do-it-yourself engineering solution that can be produced by end users on site.
I understand that William is not able to join us online. Are there any comments for William?
Once again, that's great. He did a great job, obviously. And it was good that he was able to do this with standard equipment and not special DoD stuff or anything like that.
It felt like it was a DoD presentation, like an RFP.
Yep.
And he was responding to an RFP. As much as I could understand it,
yeah, it was very good.
Really good.
I did appreciate all the imagery, the assets, the visuals, helps to convey the project really well.
And a lot of hair. A lot of hair.
Did I hear him say right that he said a 4.5 million PSI?
Yeah.
Then the 50 cal will do that too.
All right, thank you very much, William. That concludes the robotics and embedded systems and digital maker and fabrication presentations. Next, we have digital video with Lucas Radkin, DB major, and Eric van de Bogart, ACS major with OmniLift.
As Professor introduced us, I'm Eric Van Bogart.
Hello, I am Lucas Radigan. I am the project lead for OmniLift, joined here today with my other members.
Hello, I am Eric Van de Bogart, project lead of Orbital Fuel. Along with us is Isis Bing. OmniLift is a tripod that allows users to change its elevation through a mobile app without hassle. Orbital Fuel is an addition to OmniLift with a device that will rotate any camera attached to OmniLift through a mobile app.
So the technical field and background for this project involved quite a few things in order to get it started. First, we had the 3D modeling in order to bring our creation to life, from paper to the computer screen. It also involved a lot of background knowledge that we use from digital video, like what type of tripods are out there, what people want in a tripod, and like the materials that go into that sort of creation. And also the programming that we used as well for the application that is on the phone that will connect to the tripod itself. This project is inspired to assist people who are working a tripod unassisted, as in the past I have had a lot of struggles over working alone in a lot of environments where I just had to work the tripod myself, and trying certain things create difficulties with that. So for our innovation claim, it is revolutionizing pro users controlling the tripod head rotations and leg elevation through a mobile app.
To begin with our sketches and prototypes, OmniLift is a webflow seen here. The email and password login information will allow users to enter through our app through a safe and secure method. So the Bluetooth will be secure. On the right, we also have an image on what the controls will look like for each of the legs that will elevate up and down. Leg A through C will have a slider that allow you to control each individual leg, as well as an option to control all legs available as well. Here, we can also see the beginnings of OmniLift as an app. Here is the diagram on where we plan to place the motors and the parts that will allow the tripod to raise up and down. Numbers 1, 2, and 3 is where we will place the pistons attached with motors and Bluetooth that will allow the tripod to raise up and down. Here is one of the parts that will allow the camera, Orbital Fuel, to rotate in a 360 degrees. Inside of this center part is where the motor will be placed that will allow the camera to rotate once it's on top of the tripod head. Here is the cap to the part that you just saw. The cap will go on top of the part after the motor is inside to protect the motor itself and to allow a wider surface area for the camera to be attached to. Here is the piston that will allow the legs to rise up and down, as talked about in the previous diagram. The piston will extend out and inwards with a motor inside it that will allow each leg to raise individually or all legs to raise all at once the motors are connected via Bluetooth and through the mobile app.
So the people who we are targeting for this are those who so who we are going for is to assist people in recording independently without assistance. These people can be working either alone or within a small group where only one person will be working with the camera and tripod. We have done extensive research into the market, and we have found similar things that share similarities with our product only in like the Magnus VT300 that it's a tripod. Those are the only similarities we can find, or things such as the slider 1 which is just a sliding platform that you can mount a camera onto. But otherwise, there are nothing else out there in the market that has anything close to what we are trying to achieve with our product. And that is something very unique there for what we are trying to accomplish. So I am Lucas Radigan. I am a digital video major, and thank you.
My name is Eric Vandy Bogart. I am a computer science major alongside with Isis Spoon, who is also a computer science major. Revolutionizing pro users controlling the tripod, head rotations, and leg elevation through a mobile app is our innovation claim. Thank you and have a great day.
Questions for Lucas and Eric? Professor Prater.
Couple questions. First of all, what is the length of travel you expect from the legs? Second of all, how is that travel carried out? Is it through a screw or a linear actuator? And third, what is the maximum current requirements of your device?
So we plan for the tripod to elevate about, first we want to start off small, about 5 inches, just so we can know that the tripod itself can hold with all of the motors raising up and elevating up and down. And sorry, the second question.
The second one was, what's the mechanism to cause that movement to occur? Is it a linear actuator? Is it a screw system?
I plan for it to be a screw system. Sorry, the print itself wasn't really showing that it was a screw, but similar to just like, screwing a screwdriver, I plan for the piston itself to go outwards, unscrewing itself, going about 5 inches, and then slowly going to 10 inches and going the higher itself. And last question.
Oh, what is the current requirements of the device?
The current requirements, what do you mean?
How many amps or milliamps do you need to have it work? Is it a working device? It doesn't sound like it is.
So currently right now, we never were able to get into a actual prototype for the device itself, but I believe it's requiring for it, actually, I believe 30 amps.
Oh my God. Yeah, no, it's not going to be 30.
Okay.
It's that 30 amps would be something to lift like an elevator or something.
Oh.
So no, it's not going to be 30 amps. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So you haven't really gone through that planning to designate a motor and then drive and then have the motor drive the requirements for the. Okay. All right. So it's really just a plan. It's not, and even that is it's not really a complete plan yet.
Yes.
Okay.
Other questions for Lucas and Eric? Professor Prater?
Guys, I think it's a viable product, and I'm a videographer by trade, but there's some stuff you got to work out, like Professor Prater was speaking about. It's worthwhile for you to pursue that because I think it's a good idea.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's a great idea since, like Lucas was saying, not a lot of it is in the target market. So
Well, I remember when you first told me about it at the com. That's good. So pursuing it with what Professor Prater was talking about, make that your next step.
Oh, absolutely.
I think it's a cool idea.
Thank
you. It's a good idea.
Oh, yeah. Like all good ideas, you need to hammer it down and get it straight right to the point. But yeah, I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Do you plan to pursue this after graduation?
After graduation, I actually plan to pursue it next semester.
Oh, very nice.
I'm in my last 2 semesters, so I have a lot of free time on my hand. So I was like, oh, I can just work on this whenever.
Lucas, how about you?
I don't really have the free time as after graduation, I'm not really going to be sticking around the area. So I have a lot of stuff I need to get, straight before I graduate here, especially looking out there for jobs and of that sort. So I don't believe I'll have much time to work on this outside.
Okay, I see there's a comment.
Yeah, sorry, back here. Do you plan to just have this be like a consumer level product, or will you bring it to, I guess, more of a commercial level? I'm not familiar with cinematography, videography. Do you plan to make this a product that a movie studio could use? I mean, to my knowledge, there are products similar, like you said, but not exactly the same. So just wondering where you plan on taking this. Something that somebody can order on Amazon, or is it something that, you know, a movie studio that wants to do a big $1 million production?
So for that, it would be more, you know, like normal consumers would use, you know, just order off of Amazon, something special and unique in that sense for those types. Because if you're working on a movie or at least a movie set that is, you know, pretty good, you'll normally have a lot of people, and there's always more bigger and higher tech giant camera sets. Like I've been to a new studio and basically cameras are just giant robots at that point, all controlled by one person in like a little room. So this is more for like people out there in the field doing stuff. So movie studios wouldn't find much use out of this.
I'm sorry, what was your name?
Amari.
Thank you, Amari. That was a good question.
Thank you. There's
So this is meant to be used with a, like, just a professional camera, and then you're controlling the tripod with your phone, so the elevation of the tripod.
Well, I wouldn't really, well, a professional camera is good, but like since we are aiming for the consumer level, like even some of the more basic cameras will allow, like, we want almost everyone who knows the basics of digital video to be able to access this with ease and be able to do it on their own as well.
I'm just wondering, because most people are going to be using cameras on their phones nowadays. That seems to be like the primary use for it. So what appeal do you want to have to people to use their phone to control a second device rather than just use their own phone?
So really what that comes down to is, like you said, it's true that, you know, people can start using their phones as cameras as the camera on the phones get better and better. But there's still something about normal cameras. Like, you know, you have all that control there for all of that. Unlike how normal phones do, a lot of stuff is auto-corrected, auto-adjusted and stuff like that. And you can't really control everything a part of it. So when you really want to get professional and you want to get down to the nitty-gritty, you know, normal cameras are still better in that capacity because you can control every little bit of detail, every single color correction, you know, lighting adjustments. So I still say that there is still a need for normal cameras.
I'm sorry, what was your name?
Alex.
Thank you.
all right. Thank you very much, Lucas and Eric.
Thank you.
That concludes digital video. Now we're moving on to network security, network engineering, and tech forensics. Next up, we have Brandon Admutson, who's a network security major with Hack Me Not.
Hello, my name is Brandon Amundsen, and I am an advanced computer science major and a network security major. I am here today to introduce my project called Hack Me Not. Hack Me Not is an interactive webcomic that would teach the elderly what to watch out for in a classic tech support phone scam and teach them the basic features of a computer, such as the run as dialog box, command prompt, event logger, as well as some command prompt commands. This is different from other projects in that it is an interactive comic versus just a normal webcomic or informational article or video that gets posted online. This comic is built using RunPy, is based in Python, and makes coding very simple for those who are not familiar with programming or programming in the Python language. You can define your characters and poses if needed, as well as call different scenes and jump around to different scenes as well. The libraries are already pre-compiled. It makes it easy to dictate images, what images you want used where and how in the project. All you have to do is just import the image as the name that you plan on calling. So like hack1 is shown down here with scene hack1, and then I can also jump to different labels. Labels are essentially functions for the programming. So when we start the project, you are presented with a menu screen where you can start, load from a previous save, change any settings, preferences. We're going to go ahead and click start here. We start with a hacker claiming to be from Microsoft Tech Support, and as we click through this, the hacker is going to get us to do various things, such as turning on our computer and allowing him to gain remote access. Once he has remote access, then the hacker will open up a bunch of windows and claim that your computer has a virus even when it does not. Like right here, the hacker is stating that all of these connections are active connections by hackers and not legitimate ones to your computer. And then the hacker goes on to explain that in the event logger, all of the errors and critical messages that you see are due to viruses. And finally, he states that all of the stopped services are because a virus is interfering in how your computer runs. Finally, we show the scam where the hacker asks for money and makes the claim that they will repair your device for you. So once we pay them, they then pretend to fix the issues that didn't exist before they got on our computer. And then from there we switch over to a professor telling us why this was a tech support scam, such as claiming to be calling from Microsoft or Windows. And then we go through and explain what each part of the scam that the hacker claimed was caused by a virus or other hackers in the computer. We inform the reader that these are not scams, but rather these are quite normal for a computer. And finally, we even break down what they're doing when they claim to fix the computer. And we point out that one of the reasons you can tell this is a scam is because this is just a notepad document. It's not official contract. It doesn't look professional in that it has grammar errors and bad formatting as well as bad spelling. And that is my project Hack Me Bot. Thank you.
Questions for Brandon? Yes, Chairman?
How long did each part of the project take roughly?
The original planning of the project took me a few semesters to come up with the idea. I wasn't sure where I wanted to go for project-wise. Once I had the program, once I knew what I wanted to do, I had a few rough ideas on what I wanted to include. So the programming took almost no time at all. It took more time to actually get the screenshots together to put into the project than it did to program it.
So all those screenshots for the tech support scene methods,
Yeah.
that was all something you made.
Yes. Yeah.
As far as marketability for this, I saw that you planned on marketing towards the elderly. Do you plan on having it free for a while? Do you plan on trying to market it to like maybe nursing home, something like that, or retirement home? Like what's the plan?
This is something that could go out to the market for free for a little while, and it could even be expanded on to be a paid version as well. It can get a lot more interactive and be almost like a choose your own adventure comic if in the future. But I would just start with the free tier for upfront.
That's great.
Yeah, thank you.
Professor Craig?
As far as the marketing goes, I wouldn't direct it at the end consumer. I would direct it towards the banks and insurance companies that are actually paying for the scams, because they'll be more likely to buy into it and then give it to their customers for free. That's probably a better way to monetize it. My question is, during the learning, because teaching is kind of it. Well, it's an art. Why did you have the professor not chime in until after this scene was complete? Wouldn't it be better to have the professor stop and say, "Hey, this is why this is happening, or this is an error, and this"? Did you think about doing that?
I did consider doing that. I wasn't entirely sure if I wanted to present a full scam first and then go back later, or if I wanted to jump back and forth. in the end, it was just a decision I made to present the full scam up front and then go back afterwards and explain.
A lot of times because it's in older people, they're not that enamored with the topic. They might forget the early on stuff. Whereas if you hop back and forth between the classroom and the scene, you'll be able to get better learning or better knowledge gathered doing it that way.
That makes sense. Thank you.
We have a question by Professor Aaron Jones via Zoom.
Hey, good job. I'm really happy to see that you really took advantage of the RimPy stuff. I know you and I had talked about that previously. The only thing that I would say is I know this might be kind of outside the box, but with a little bit of polish, you could probably get a Steamworks account. And there's a lot of people who put RimPy stuff up on Steam. And if you really wanted to get it to market very, very quickly and just kind of out the door, like I said, do just a little bit more polish, a little bit more improvement, put it up on Steam, even make it free to play, and maybe make a series of educational items just using the same thing. Like, this is how to prevent yourself from getting scammed, and then create another one and have it on, learning the basics of a specific topic. I don't know. I'm just going to use the word Shodan. So you could teach them the basics of how to use a tool or a technique or anything. I think it's great. I think you did a really good job, and I'm really happy to see what you did with RimPy here.
Thank you. Thank you.
I guess this kind of fits into what the last professor was saying, but I guess I was going to ask if you have different levels of like simplicity with everything. I guess the educational information in, I know like for a lot of older individuals that have grown with technology, they have trouble sometimes just knowing how to set a computer. So how are they going to really comprehend and understand, I guess, what you're the information you're giving, or the professor's giving them?
Sure. I hadn't really thought about that, to be honest, but you make a very valid point. I felt that by presenting just what comes up in a tech support scan and then trying my best to explain it, I was just trying to keep it simple in the beginning. But you have a very valid point that most people who aren't familiar with computers won't recognize the different parts. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Brandon.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Jonathan Luna with Crackerjack.
Julius Caesar, one of the most well-known influencers of the Roman Empire. He achieved many great accomplishments and expanded his territorial landmark from sea to ocean. He is also known as a great military strategist and is credited as one of the earliest users of encoding messages. Caesar encoded his military strategies with a shift of 3 letters to keep the secrets of his messages from his enemies. Today, encoding messages can be used for various reasons and is used commonly in the network security world. It can be accessed through online resources and websites with the touch of a button. Though once users reach those websites, they are bombarded with ads and cookies that can prove annoying to one site. Surely there must be a more convenient and ad-free way. Hello everyone, my name is Jonathan Luna, and today I'll be introducing Crackerjack. Crackerjack will be a multi-decoder platform. It would be built entirely through Python coding. It would be capable of running through any command line, Windows, Ubuntu, and Linux. It would disallow the usage of third-party applications. It will be free and easy to use for people of all personal experiences. Python is considered to be a very high-level general-purpose programming language. At the early stages of the project, I had to look up tutorials online for guidance. Luckily, I was able to find some across a website called Geeks for Geeks. Some of the tutorials that I found online were nice and simple, easy step-by-step structures of Python coding. For the first tutorial, I did a simple and quick and easy tutorial of printing, listing, and simple math, my apologies. For a second tutorial, I decided just to do with Python string, accessing characters, and string slicing. For my next two tutorials, I decided I wanted to do one with dictionary and output formatting. Here is an example of my Python coding for a Caesar cipher. The message I'll be translating is A, B, C, D, E, F by a shift of 3, making it A to D, B to E, C to F, D to G, E to H, F to I, replicating the example template above. For my second Python example, I decided to do the American Standard Code for Information Interchange. For this example, I did not do the full example based on the table provided. Instead, I decided just doing 1/4 for the prototype. Though in the future, I do plan on possibly building out the full code for the rest of the template as well. Here is a live prototype demonstration of the Caesar cipher decoder in Windows commands line. For example that I'll be using for here, if someone wanted to hide that they attend the University of Advancing Technology, they can easily input the sentence and shift it by how many letters that they want. For this example, I'll have it shift by 3. Additionally, here is a live demonstration of my second decipher with ASCII. The goal is to get Crackerjack to run as a platform with a user interface that users can use to decide which decipher they would like to access. For example, for the starting page, I would like to greet users with a simple hello. Next, it will provide the following options. For example, by pressing 1, users will be able to open up the Caesar cipher as located above, etc. By example 2, they will be able to open up the ASCII cipher, and so on and so forth once I'm able to implement more decoders besides just the Caesar cipher and the ASCII. This project is meant for anyone in the network security or cyber forensics fields. I want to make it as easily as possible for anyone in different levels of education, whether it be someone who is barely starting out or someone who may be veteran in the field. This project is innovative because it aims to help make things more convenient for people and saves their time to coding. This allows them to attend to multiple tasks at a time. Thank you.
Jonathan is joining us via Zoom. We have a question by Professor Aaron Jones.
Hello. So I think we talked about this a little bit previously, but have you thought about adding a graphical user interface to this and then making it more accessible for children, just so that they can start that process of learning about cryptography? Because I think this would be a really good tool for educating somebody who's very, very new or very young in terms of kind of learning the basics of cryptography.
Yes, it was also something that I was speaking to with Mr. Bunce as well. Yeah, it was something I was hoping to implement as well before the SIP showcasing. But yeah, I wanted to add like a little interface that said something like, for example, just like a little like, "Hi, welcome to Crackerjack," and a little brief description of what it was. And then I'll also allow like a little selection that people can use. Like, for example, if they press 1, it will bring up the Caesar cipher, or either press 2 with the ASCII. And then in addition, if I make further ones, just add on with other options as well, like 3 and 4 and etc.
Okay, Professor Prater.
On the ASCII page, you had the phrase to be encoded started with this, okay? And then when it showed the encoding, the first letter of this was a capital T, but the encoding, it did a lowercase x. Using ASCII code, the lowercase x should be 30 sections off from the uppercase X, which it should have been. So why was it a lowercase x instead of an uppercase X?
I'm not sure. I would have to go back and see. Coding is still something that's a bit new to me, so I would have to go back and see.
Yeah, it was on that ASCII code page. The first word, this, it used a capital T, but in the encoding, it used a lowercase x, which should have been 4 up, but it should have been a capital X. So I don't know where the encoding got messed up to give you a lowercase x, because it should have never done that.
Thank you very much for bringing it to my attention.
Any other questions, comments?
I have one.
Yes.
Do you plan on adding more languages or encryptions to it, like CyberChef, like SHA-256 or something, any of the other encoding language cryptographies?
Yes. Yeah, it's something that I do plan on doing as well once I get more comfortable with the language, especially with Python, which definitely I know it would definitely be not just it would be very beneficial for me to go as well and learn the rest. And then I think it'd just be a fun little project just to add through time and see it progress as time moves forward.
And how will you differentiate it from CyberChef or one of the other big ones, besides the fact that you're not having adware?
I would personally see myself, because I haven't really heard much of CyberChef. So yeah, I would probably need to do more a bit background information, and then see how I can possibly make it more interactive, especially for people in different age groups and educational backgrounds.
All right. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Well done. Next up, we have Emily Parra, who's a network security major with Sticky self-cleaning keyboard tray.
My name is Emily Parra, and my student innovation project is called Sticky, the self-cleaning keyboard tray, made specifically for mechanical keyboards. The reason why I chose this project is because cleaning mechanical keyboards is a pain in the neck, to say the least. Whether you're using Q-tips or canned air, you're most likely to get dust and debris everywhere, so whatever you blow out of that keyboard is going all over the area where you're cleaning it. And that is why I created Sticky. It is a tray that you place the keyboard in, and you press the button, and it powers on 5-second cycles for each side, from the left to the front to the right to the back. It'll shoot air under those keyboard keys and then spew it right into the tray for optimal cleaning. And on the right there, on the right side of that image, you can kind of see the demonstration of the airflow moving between the keys. Obviously, it's not a very good demonstration because it's a 2D image, but that is how I had imagined it in my head. And right here you can see all of the different areas of my keyboard, and this is actually the 3D model that I created in Vectory. So I took a screenshot of it and labeled all of the points. You can see the dimensions, so it's 20 inches in length, 8 inches in width, and 1.5 inches in height. And that is based off of default sizes for mechanical keyboards and taking into account the lift of the keyboard keys off of the keyboard itself, as well as where the air vents are located, which is that blue line that you see that says approximately 1.25 inches. That is the point where I would place the air vent, approximately 1.25 inches from the bottom of the keyboard tray. And that is almost directly under the keyboard keys, and that will provide optimal cleaning. And then here's my 3D prototype in Vectory. You can see it move around a little bit. That cylinder in the back there is the CO2 cartridge, which will create a pressurized environment for the air to blow right under the keys and give it enough strength to blow all the dust out. And that back part that you see there, the cylinder shape to the left of the CO2 cartridge, is the area where the keyboard's power cord will go, so you can sit it right on your desk and have everything in the same area without having to take up too much desk space or anything like that. And that little cord sticking out of the back is the secure USB cord and the charging cable for the tray itself. Now on the front there, as the prototype moves around, is the on and off switch. And what I'm doing there in the demonstration is showing you the point where the air vents will go, and that's what I'm doing with my mouse, is moving it over right under the keyboard keys to show you this is where I want the air vents to go, this is where the air will move, and spray under the keys and clean it. So you can kind of see that as it's moving around, the exact location of all those. And like I mentioned before, approximately 1.25 inches from the bottom of the tray, and that is where those air vent locations will go. Now to go over the secure USB function, the reason why I chose secure USB is because there was a vulnerability with Microsoft, or specifically Windows and Razer keyboards and mice and etc., any peripheral device like that that plugs in. The USB function, when you plug it into the computer, it would actually create a way for hackers to get in and exploit that connection and gain access to the machine. So that is why I decided to create a secure USB that would prevent that from happening. Again, my name is Emily Parra with Sticky, the self-cleaning keyboard tray prototype, and I thank you for watching the video of my SIP. If you have any questions, please feel free to let me know. Thank you.
I understand Emily is joining us via Zoom. Any questions for Emily? Professor Prater?
I'm glad you got those air vents in. That's good. What I would have done is I would have had the air vents and have like a open cell like sponge across it, so the air so it could stop dust and still let air through. But that's great. My question is, do you have a physical prototype, or is it just computer modeling?
For now, it's only, can you hear me okay?
Yep, absolutely.
Good, okay. So for now, it's only a 3D prototype because I have no mechanical experience whatsoever. And I'm not on campus as it is, so I wasn't able to take advantage of the robotics lab. But if I were to have a little bit more time to come on campus, as well as have some mechanical experience or some robotics friends, I probably would have been able to get in there and make it. The issue that I ran into as well is timing. I didn't have enough time to go about researching all of the parts for how to actually put it together. So like I said, that's probably the main reason why I didn't get a physical prototype, but that's my plan for the future. I do want to get a physical prototype out there and possibly put it on the market.
I would suggest Project Greenlight, and that way you could get some students on campus to do the 3D printing. It shouldn't be tough to 3D print something up, because there's some things that were kind of hidden that you didn't really design yet, such as the channels for the CO2 and how those vents were going to go and things like that. It's definitely, it could be done, and it could probably be done in a semester, but I would push for Project Greenlight to try to get this in the studio.
Okay, thank you.
All right, there's a question from Zoom. Would there be a product for laptop keyboards or just external ones?
I'm thinking for the time being, I'm only going to stick with external keyboards because laptop keyboards are a lot harder to clean since air doesn't really flow under the ingrained keys. And that is one of the issues that I ran into. Would really be for mechanical keys specifically, since airflow can move under those easily. In the future, if I get to do some more research, I might pull something out for a laptop, but for now, it's just going to be those external keyboards.
Okay, and then there's a second question to that. What is the price point and where does the dust go?
The desk goes directly into the tray itself. I know the 3D model didn't do justice showing you that the keyboard goes into the tray, but I called it a taco shell for a keyboard to kind of explain that the keyboard would fit inside of it, and anything that goes out, it's not going to spill out of the sides like a taco shell, but it's going to be more of like an enclosure or a box. So anything that sprays out of those keys is going to go into the box, into the tray, and then you can dump it in the trash can. And then what was the other question?
Price point.
The price point. That's a good question. It would depend on the materials that I use. If I would use a 3D filament, metal or plastic, something like that, probably be in the $40 to $60 range. But it could be a little bit more depending on what ends up happening with all of the technology that goes into it.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for Emily? Thank you very much, Emily. Well done.
Thank you.
Next, we have a network security online student, Elias Saldana, with Snapback vehicle protection device.
Imagine you wake up one morning, have breakfast, get ready for work, and then you finally grab your belongings and head out. You open the door of your car and you discover there are papers everywhere. Your glove box is open, your armrest is wide open, and you notice items are missing. You check your home security cameras and you manage to get a clear view of the entire crime taking place, but there's a problem. The burglar was wearing a hoodie and never once looked up. And you also notice he was wearing gloves. You now feel violated because an unknown person was inside your car, and to make it worse is you never got a clear shot of their face. Hello, I'm Elias Saldana, and my student innovation project is a snapback. It will be on the front lines inside your car, ready to take pictures and potentially video of anyone who peeks inside your car, and you will finally be able to put a face to the unknown. You can now provide solid evidence to the police and hope that their facial recognition has a hit in their system, but if their system fails you, then you have other options if you are willing. This device will help give an extra layer of protection to your car and give you a peace of mind that your car is being watched over from the inside while it's parked outside your car. What you just saw right now was something that happened to us in January, and it was the inspiration for the snapback, which is a mounted camera that you can place inside your car in any cup holder. It's a simple concept. I took the idea of the trail cam and combined it with a phone holder. That way you can position it in any cup holder facing towards any window that you want to. The setup is pretty straightforward. All you have to do is turn it on and then just close it back up and then mount it onto the phone holder. And then once you get all that done, then you can finally put it inside your car. And this will add an extra layer of watchful eyes inside your car. Setting it up is pretty easy. All you have to do is place it inside in any cup holder, and the accessory is adjustable so that you can have it mounted and it won't tip over. And you can see, you can just place it and then face it towards any window that you want to. Pretty straightforward, and it's very user-friendly. The way it works is when someone walks up to your window and peeks inside, then the snapback will snap a picture of them peeking inside your window. As you can see on the right, I was peeking inside my own car, and the snapback was able to snap a picture of me while I was looking inside the car. The car security market isn't all that great. All that I found was car alarms, dash cams, and auto locks. I didn't see anything where you can put something inside your car and monitor like a security camera, and the snapback will be that new addition to car security. Thank you for your time, and I hope you enjoyed my presentation. Thank you.
Any questions for Elias? Professor Friendly?
Well,
Where does it get the power?
Where does it get the power? It doesn't appear that Elias is in Zoom for questions.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
It does look like it's like one of those deer stand type cameras, so they probably have an onboard battery. It's the same kind of things you have when you're hunting to check out your blind to see if deer come by at night or whatever. So I'm guessing he did that and then designed a mount for it. This is what I'm guessing. Does that sound good? Did? Well, you don't even have to, you charge it beforehand and then you get a couple of weeks runtime without even charging. Those deer stand cameras can go days up until weeks before they need to be recharged. Yes.
There's a comment that adding a way for the data to upload automatically, because what if someone breaks in and steals the camera? That's what I was thinking. Somebody just takes it. And Professor Aaron Jones asked, what do you do if they steal it? But I think we talked about having it upload to Wi-Fi. Maybe have it automated to upload the data every hour.
But does that mean it has its own Wi-Fi system built into it as well, or mobile data?
Yeah, you can use mobile for
data.
it. Have it go.
Any other comments for Elias?
The other comment that I have is just what the success rate would be for people peeking into the window. If it's 100% or 50%.
Mm-hmm. And also daylight, nighttime. Mm-hmm.
Well, what I think it does too is it looks at the change. The change in pixels is black and white, so it'll look for a percentage change in pixels, and if it's above a certain number, then it'll take a picture, and you can set it so that if that change is a small amount, like going from through dusk and stuff, it won't register that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it goes by that way, but once again, I'm not the guy who made it, so I don't know for sure.
It'd also be interesting that if they take it, something either is triggered to make the alarm go off of the vehicle. So that way, if they do it, if somebody peeked in, they're obviously looking for something to take, and that looks pretty fancy. So if they broke in to take it, then hopefully the car alarm will go off, and then the owner can.
Well, you say, if you can add the accelerometer to it, somebody picks it up.
It starts vibrating and making a shrill.
Maybe just a fake countdown that it's going to explode.
You could do something. I mean, it would be great.
Automatic recording, yes.
I mean, you can also have it GPS tracked. So if the person takes it and wants to keep it, you can know their location and give it to the proper authorities.
Absolutely.
Interesting.
Plus, those hunting cases are really hard to break open.
Ah.
It take a lot of work to get into it. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Very interesting conversations. Well, thank you, Elias, for your participation. We are going to take a short break until 2:00 p.m. and then continue with our cyber presentations. Don't forget to go to Socrates so that way you can pick for SIP Viewers Choice Award. Please make sure that you select the room name SIP voting. So we will come back at 2:00 and continue with cyber and then end with ACS, AI, and HCI. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Student Innovation Project Showcase for Fall of 2022. We have several cyber students left to present, and then we will move on to ACS, AI, and HCS. So next up, we have Adalberto Reese, who's the network security major with Auto Deploy, and enjoy the show.
Hello everybody, my name is Adalberto Ruiz. I will be presenting the Auto Deploy project as my student innovation project for network security. I am very proud to present this project because it has been used in real world application at Amazon's Global Security Operations Center. However, I will get into that further into the presentation. Thanks so much for attending. Here's the technical field and background information starting my project. So this project involves the technical fields of digital and physical security. Working at Amazon's Global Security Operations Center, this project helped improve the efficiency of Amazon's physical and digital security. This project was inspired by the COVID-19 pandemic and the thought of saving lives. The improvement of generalized efficiency through auto-deploying tools saved or aided in preventing the death of approximately 32,000 lives on a month-by-month basis and saved the organization approximately $312,000 monthly. So there were a couple big numbers mentioned in the technical field and background information. And just to kind of break down these big numbers and deep dive a little more into them. So the metrics surrounding the 32,000 lives and the approximately $312,000 monthly were not taken from overall statistics of the project. This project helped improve the reduction of caseload by approximately 15 to 25% throughout the application use, depending on the workload, of course. This means the 32,000 lives and the $312,000 monthly were derived from the approximate 15 to 25 statistical percentage improvement throughout the project application. I felt that using the entire project statistical metrics would be unfair and would take away from the achievements and the project's application design. So next I'm going to be going over the project description. Well, the initial goal of this project was focused on improving the efficiency and digital security by instantly deploying tools you would need at your workstation. I also found this project and tool useful for attacking everyday digital security breaches at home or while on the job. This project aims to create a tool that deploys useful programs or workplace website-based tools that you may need on the fly. The end goal is to improve efficiency metrics for metric-based organizations or job functions such as Amazon and Amazon's Global Security Operations Center. And just to kind of go a little more into depth of how I made this project. So while PowerShell is considered a somewhat ancient technology, it really works for permission lacking users such as people that lack administrator access in the workplace. So other prototypes of this project that aim to use Python really needed administrator access for the functions I kind of wanted to use, while PowerShell just launches the application, does it very smoothly and very efficiently, much quicker than other languages that I've tried, while not needing administrator access. So that means all tier 3s and below within Amazon, which is about 89% of Amazon users, don't have administrator access. So in the case that those 89% users did want to use this project in a different language, unfortunately, it would not work. That's why I pretty much went with PowerShell. My innovation claim. This project is innovative because it saved or prevented the death of approximately 32,000 lives on a month-by-month basis while saving the business approximately $312,000 monthly. This is also an ongoing project which will be deployed throughout Amazon's Global Security Operations Center, which will improve the efficiency of crisis management and incident response in life-threatening or disaster recovery situations. Here's an example of my application being used in a forensic-based scenario. On your screen, you'll be able to see a lot of familiar programs that you may have used for network security or forensic-based research. In a case where you are undertaking a workload for your business or an external organization where you need to perform forensic analysis, I would highly recommend utilizing my application at your workstation for efficiency purposes. In an example scenario, there are multiple hard drives and SSDs needing different repetitive tools for forensic analysis. In this case, you would find yourself opening, closing, or even searching for different applications throughout your computer. With my application, you can reset, target, and launch the tools you would need depending on your drive type or brand. So on the screen, like I said before, you're going to see a lot of familiar tools. So we have the FTK, Forensic Toolkit, Autopsy, and Wireshark, just for a couple examples. And this is how they'll appear on your screen after being launched. Here's another example of my application being used for first-time installs on a maliciously encrypted machine. In this case, my tool is launching installation wizards for tools you would need in order to perform analysis work with, and potentially decrypt the maliciously infected machine or find the root cause. In this case, the malware blocked Wi-Fi downloads, blocked command prompt, and encrypted all available browsers. The security analyst would boot Windows into safe mode in order to install and utilize the needed applications through auto deploy. And the blank prompt here on the screen, that is the application prompting administrator access for these tools which were booted up in safe mode with. So in this part of the presentation, I'm going to be deep diving into the target market. The target market for this project is organizations with massive ongoing job workloads consisting of tools needing to be reset or job functions utilizing online or digital tools for different tasks throughout the day. An example of this is my workplace, Amazon's Global Security Operations Center. In a crisis management situation, every minute counts. Working at Amazon's Global Security Operations Center, you'll have different scenarios daily. These scenarios can vary by severity, and you don't know what you'll come across every day going to work. Whether this be a life or death situation where there's an active shooter on site and someone needs the police on site ASAP, or someone needs emergency services such as the ambulance or the fire department on scene, every minute counts in these scenarios. Opening the tools and getting resources to the appropriate Amazon sites will save lives because this does speed up the process. And my tool will assist in notifying the appropriate stakeholders and getting the appropriate resources to site as needed. I know these scenarios are very intense, however, Amazon being such a big organization and company, these are really real world scenarios because we deal with everything Amazon related, whether this be the airplanes in the sky, whether this be the semi-truck drivers, whether this be customers delivering to your door, or the thousands and thousands of associates that we employ in these warehouses. Scenarios like this will come up. So moving on to the prior art, fortunately, I was not able to really find a tool that actually used the same application that mine is based around, but I did find Nine, which is used for installing and updating applications on the fly. However, mine is for launching applications and using them on a case-by-case scenario. Nine is only used for installing and updating applications, so wasn't really able to find any prior art. So that's going to be the end of my presentation, and I'm just going to go over my innovation claim one more time. So this tool, when applied to high-paced job functions or readiness response situations, has the potential of saving lives and saving an organization thousands of dollars through getting the appropriate resources and support within seconds. So if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. Really appreciate you sitting through this presentation. Thank you.
Alberto, are you here?
Yeah, right.
Okay. And questions for Adalberto? Professor Prater?
So, how exactly, does it save lives? What's the flow chart for how it saves lives?
Well, because working at Amazon's Global Security Operations Center at the time before I got promoted to where I am right now, we were doing pulling people that had COVID-19 in the pandemic. So pulling these individuals from site as soon as possible and getting them off the floor stopped the reduction or at least reduced a little bit of COVID going between the other associates. So a lot of associates share workstations, so identifying these individuals as soon as possible for a site to do the appropriate cleanup is pretty much what my application helped in saving lives with.
Okay, and then so what tool did it use to do that, to identify? How did it deploy a tool to identify COVID workers or something like that?
Well, Amazon gives us a lot of tools such as badge scan report, which pretty much checks every badge that is scanned at the beginning of the facility. We also have tools such as RoboScan, which helps identify whatever workstation the associate is at. But we also have video systems. So finding the appropriate video system and logging into it immediately through my application really helps speed up the readiness response. So that approximate 15 to 25% really sped up and helps pulling these associates off the floor as needed. So that approximate 50 to 25% did speed up our case workload throughout 3 shifts. I believe the numbers were 50 cases a day. So that was 50 associates that got pulled as opposed to it overlapping onto the next day's workload.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep, go ahead.
What was Amazon's response to the use of this in the workplace?
They thought it was amazing. Well, in the warehouses, associates didn't know that we were doing this COVID contact tracing. So Amazon thought this was a great project. So where I am right now, we deal with physical and digital security breaches. So in cases like these, every minute counts. So stopping the breach as soon as possible and pulling these machines from the Amazon network will pretty much speed up the process. So their response to it was, we love this. We're gonna try at Amazon's Global Security Operations Center. It worked great at the Video Analysis Center. So we've actually started implementing this throughout my shift over at Amazon's Global Security Operations Center. So just to answer your question, they loved it.
So can I infer that the promotion that you received may have had something to do?
Yeah, it was pretty much that project that I developed. So, I went from just a regular analyst to pretty much manager level. I'm an assistant crisis manager at Amazon's GSOC, the Global Security Operations Center.
And this is how you do it?
Yeah. Amazon's a pretty much project-based organization, at least promotional wise.
Professor Aaron Jones?
Yeah, I just want to say great job. Congratulations, and really, really happy to see this.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Any more questions for me?
We do have a comment from Professor Walterbeek. Wow, Alberto, how amazing this has already been used professionally. What an achievement. The improvement to efficiency is incredible. The potential of your project is amazing. Excellent job. Professor Jeremy?
Yeah, it's a good job on the SIP. So it's able to kind of deploy like software without using admin. Does it also have the potential to use like maliciously to deploy software?
Well, unfortunately, I haven't really touched like the military side, but I mean, we can deep dive into it. I'm really sure that you're able to, because it just runs execute rules pretty much at the end of the day through PowerShell scripts, as well as it can be used for downloading applications on the fly as well. So I'm pretty sure that it can be used maliciously as well.
Professor Brindley?
So I think this is really interesting. I just want to understand exactly how it works. Is this some sort of a body scan, or it can pick up temperatures? How does it actually identify that a person may have some symptoms of COVID?
This is pretty much deploying the tools that you would need to. So unfortunately, we can't really tell who has COVID. Some people don't show symptoms. So that's really on the individual getting COVID contact tested or COVID tested. And then we do the research and launch these applications. So this is more of an efficiency project to improve efficiency for metric-based organizations, not more so identifying individuals that have COVID.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other comments or questions for Alberto? Thank you very much. Well done. Okay. Next, we have Kevin Duong with Quavo Admin Panel. Kevin, are you with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you are presenting live, correct?
Presenting live, or you mean the video?
Do you prefer to present live today?
I don't think I can make through the whole presentation.
Okay, all righty.
Hello, my name is Kevin Duong. I'm currently studying network engineering, and my SIP project name is Quavo Admin Server. My technical field are in network engineering, AWS, CSS, HTML, JavaScript, and Apache 2.4. This project came to be due to a common problem that Quavo faced, that being how to better track and maintain uptime on internal servers. The overview for this project was that it was a web server or a direct HTML file that uses AJAX requesting to pull health check packages from the servers. Quavo requirements were that it was supposed to be lightweight, easily expandable for our clientele, and fully transparent. The Quavo admin server is innovative because it is a full stack in-house server that meets all the necessary requirements the company has put in place. This server both monitors other servers in our environment and notifies the user when a server is down. This can be checked live on a web server, or if the web server is down, on an HTML file. The backbone, or the groundworks of this, relies on AJAX. The image shows on the left is the AJAX requesting data from the server and it processing it. On the right shows the output. These are the security rules put in place for our web server. As you can see, the web server is only isolated on Quavo's local net and needs a VPN to access. Other connections outside of the server are blocked. The prototyping stage was to somehow create a page that was both concise, organized, and clear to read. I achieved this by breaking major companies down into tabs, and for a quick glance, green representing healthy and red representing unhealthy. Other information is displayed inside the box. The final result is a landing page with different tabs dedicated to the different subsections, such as Galileo, QFD Prod, and QFD Staging. This also includes the different color boxes representing the health of the server. Other features include a pop-up alert when a server becomes unhealthy, and a title change in the tab. This project was conceived for the target audience of the IT, dev, and infrastructure team here at Quavo to maintain a fast response time to down or unhealthy servers. I would like to now demonstrate the admin server in progress. This project is currently live, so some information must be censored out. First, we must ensure that we are logged on to the company's VPN network through AWS VPN client. This is to ensure no outside connections can be made without our permission. Loading onto the page, you can see that 2 alerts pop up, each representing one server that is unhealthy according to the AJAX request. On the top left, the tab changes its title. This is for people that don't have the window directly open, but on a separate tab. On the top right, there are many different tabs to separate the different clienteles. Clicking on the Galileo page brings up the Galileo section, which reveals additional details on which servers are down. Traveling to our QFD Prod section, it shows the servers that are in our QFD Prod sector. These servers show additional information on which machines are unhealthy and healthy. The main difference between QFD Prod and Galileo is the size of resources needed for our clientele. Scrolling down, you could see our QFD staging section. Even though it is not in production, it is still a very important thing to keep track of. With these tools in place, Quavo can ensure quick and efficient response time to servers going down. To conclude, Quavo Admin Server is innovative because it is a full in-house stack that meets all the company requirements and restrictions in place. The server both monitors and notifies the correct people when servers go down.
We have a question by Professor Aaron Jones.
I just wanted to also say this was a very good project, and I don't really have any questions, but super proud of this one as well. I think that we had some really awesome stuff come out of this, so thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Press Prater?
Why was everything obscured except for the menu items on your demo screens?
Well, the menu items, did you mean like the top right tabs?
I couldn't read any text on the screen except for the menu items on the top right hand. Those showed up okay, but all the other text seem obscured. All the window text seemed obscured. The address text seemed obscured. How come everything was obscured?
It has in each box had information on like company information that I couldn't show, and the only things I could show were kind of our like names that we gave our each machine.
Okay, that's good.
Any other comments or questions for Kevin? Professor Jeremy?
What is kind of the life cycle for maintaining the server? Is it going to be kind of supported after this step as well?
Can you speak up? I can't really hear you.
What plans would you have for adding to the server besides what you just have right now?
In the future, I kind of want to make it more. Right now, the code's kind of bulky, so the response time or the web server, it takes about I think 0.43 seconds to load. I kind of want to break that down even further, make it faster. And going forward, I kind of want to make changes to the UI because the UI looks good, but there's our clientele is growing rapidly, so I would like it to have more information displayed at once, or somehow organize it in a way when a machine goes down, it would go to the very top of the list.
Any other comments or questions for Kevin? All right, thank you very much, Kevin. Well done. That concludes network security, network engineering, and tech forensics. Now we're moving on to advancing computer science, artificial intelligence, and human-computer interaction. Next up, we have Jade Harrison, an AI major for AI nurse.
Hello, welcome. My name is Eric Harrison. I like to go by Jade, and my major is AI and robotics, and my SIP project is AI Nurse Chatbot, or as I like to call it, Nursey. Now, the innovation behind Nursey is to help low-income families be able to understand any medical emergencies that they may come across. Now, this could involve either a cut or nosebleed, or maybe someone in their family has asthma and they have an attack and they forgot their inhaler. And the reason behind this project was because when I was in grade school, one of my classmates ended up blacking out and hitting his head fairly hard, and that was a traumatic experience for me. So as a goal, I didn't want anyone to go through that experience, and so that's why I came up with this project. However, before I start the demo of this project, note that any medical information given by the chatbot or by me was researched by me. However, you should ask a medical professional or doctor to know precisely what to do in case of medical emergency. Show you the app. Now, as you can see, it's a simple chat box window, and I will be talking about it as best as I possibly can, as fast as I can, because I don't want to take too much time. So, as you can see, it responds very quickly, and when we ask it medical questions like I got a cut, or what happens if a person doesn't have their inhaler and they have an attack, you will see that it gives you step-by-step instructions. And like I said before, this was heavily researched. This was research data by me, but please ask your doctor what you should do in case. This app is just to give pointers and just a little tiny bit of help to people that have no medical expertise. So, and the best thing about this program is that it can also tell jokes. So, and there's a joke. And yeah, I think jokes are also important for a medical chatbot to relieve any stress for the patient or to break the atmosphere. And now this is in the early stages, so I hope to be keeping on working with this and to actually build a React Native app for it. But apart from that, I will keep working working on it. And yeah, that concludes the demo. And if you have any questions for me, I will be in the Teams chat, and I will be more than happy to answer any of your questions regarding this. Thank you for watching, and I hope that you have a great day. Oh, and also, happy holidays. Thank you.
Jade, are you joining us via Zoom? Okay, it doesn't appear Jade is with us. Any comments for Jade? Professor Hinton.
I really like that application. There's so many positive things that can be done with it. For example, people who like to go camping that are kind of off the grid, they have that in their pocket and they can use that to maybe handle some emergencies there. But you might be saying, okay, well, couldn't they just Google it or something like that, or call 911? Well, sometimes when you're camping, you don't have cell service. So that's really good to have an app that can provide information when you're disconnected. Absolutely great idea, great job, love your app.
For security?
Awesome app, especially watching this develop over the course of his like semester. I think he did an awesome job of nailing the scope of like kind of what Professor Henry was saying. Very first aid, kind of like just any kind of cuts, bruises, anything, kind of general treatment. I really love that he added in the clause that, you know, this is not a medical diagnostic tool. That was something important that we talked about, and he definitely added it. So I'm super happy to see that. If he was here, I would have loved to hear about how he worked through all those kind of maybe like false positives or faulty medical advice. That it seems like he definitely shifted through very well in the final product. So awesome job, awesome job.
Okay. So, so for you guys then, is it all stored locally? The data, it's not web-based? Do you guys know if his app is stored locally, or does it? Yeah. Do you know how many ailments it covers? About, is it like 3 or is it like 20?
It's quite a bit because, yeah, it was, I'd say more around like the 2025.
Cool, cool.
And that's where we talked a lot about, like, he was going really wide with the scope, going like the stroke advice. I'm like, whoa, let's calm down. Just like basic cuts, bruises, like, and I think he covered a bunch of that.
And I know that medical advice caveat came from Jill, because Jill's always good about finding that out.
She definitely did.
Is Jill online? Were you the one that
I am. That would be me. Avoiding the lawsuits.
I knew it. I knew it.
Absolutely.
There is a question from Dr. Bowman. For the SMEs that worked on this, what database was used?
I do not recall on my head. Let's see, what database did you use?
I remember him saying.
I think he was building it.
I think it was, there's something local. I'm thinking like Firebase, but I could be wrong. It's just, yeah, I can't remember the exact.
Okay.
So.
And there was another one. How many types of first aid topics are inside the tool?
Yeah, we approximate.
That's
Yeah.
So it's kind of rough.
And it's more like basic first aid stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
Any other comments for Jade?
I like the name there.
Okay, thank you very much, Jade. Next up, we have Jesus Uribe, an HCI major with Blindly.
Now, I know that you've all had this experience where you're sleeping and you feel a little bit distraught only to realize that your blinds are open and you have a street light poking into your room. Or you have tried to wake up in the morning, you have your alarm set, your alarm goes off, and you end up sleeping through that alarm because your room is completely totally dark and your body is able to go back to sleep right away without you realizing. Well, I got a solution for that. My name is Kissei Uribe, and my solution to this problem is Blindly. Now, what Blindly is a smartwatch that connects to your smart home device and gives it the commands to either open up your blinds or close them depending on your sleep, which helps you and your circadian rhythm. Now, the technology I am developing is technology that reacts off of the user in a second nature way, where the user doesn't have to think about what is going on. With this device, the user will be able to control the tech around them just by the state of their body. Blindly can be used by anyone and everyone. The watch design makes it so anyone can wear Blindly, and its software is easy to understand, giving it access to anyone who would like to control their blinds with their sleep. Blindly makes closing your blinds an afterthought and helps with one's sleep. Having the sunshine into a person's room when waking up helps the body's internal digital clock and increases mental balance along with lifting a person's spirits. Now I understand that a person can just get up and open their blinds, but it's not about that. It's about taking the next step forward and having technology that interacts with humans in a way that is not obnoxious but helpful. This device also helps those who cannot walk around their house and work their blinds, such as someone with a disability, someone of an older age. That's what makes Blindly different from other devices in the market. It is a piece of technology that reacts off of the user, and there's not much tech that I know right now that schedules a routine or starts an action off of what the user is needing without having to tell the tech what to do. And you did hear that correctly. I said routines and other smart home kind of lingo, and that's because Blindly isn't just specifically for blinds. You can also set it up to control your lights, control switches, coffee maker, anything that can control to a smart home device will be controlled by Blindly, and that's because you can put it within a routine, and that routine will go off of your body in your sleep, which is the part of Blindly that is really cool. It's super versatile and can be changed depending on the user's needs instead of the user working themselves around to fit what the device needs you to do. Now let's go back to that example in the beginning where you're falling asleep, you're getting comfortable, if you can picture this with me, and you forgot to close your blinds. But that's okay, because Blindly starts closing your blinds because it's sensing that you're falling asleep. Now let's say that you like to turn on the light in your living room or a certain light at your house because it makes you feel safer. Well, Blindly will turn on that light once you start falling asleep because you put it within your smart home routine. Now if you can picture this, how relaxing is that knowing that you don't have to think about, wait, did I turn on this light that I like turning on, did I close these blinds, or if you're falling asleep and lights are on, those lights automatically turn off. And now think about it in the other way of you waking up in the morning and your blinds start opening because Blindly senses that you're waking up, and then your coffee starts going for your coffee maker without you having to set anything up because Blindly knows that you're getting up for bed. And let's say you even have like a song or a routine or something that you can put in there to play when you're awake to make you feel even more motivated. Well, Blindly could do that, and it will do it within the moment you start waking up to make you feel like this is all just magically happening around you. And that is my goal with Blindly. It is to make it feel like magic to the user. Arthur C. Clarke once said, "Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic." Thank you for giving me the time to present my project and for listening in on what Blindly is. Have a good one.
Hi, Jesus. Any questions or comments for Jesus? Professor Parikh.
Awesome job, Jesus. It's awesome to see this come to fruition. And I think it's a super cool and super awesome idea. The whole thought of like controlling these smart devices with our biometric data is like a whole field I think that's just up and coming and starting. So I was gonna ask you but you kind of answered it in your video, but like what other ways do you see like us using our biometrics to work with smart devices, especially ones that interest you most?
Well,
Currently, right now, we're using it for working out and getting ourselves fit. It counts your calories and things like that. But for the future, I feel like it can get to the point where maybe you can go to the restroom and then your toilet reads your biometrics through your urine or through your stool sample, and then it can tell you if you have like colon cancer maybe or something going on. Because that's kind of what I'm kind of wanting to go towards technology that helps out people and kind of gives them that what is called that feeling of safety, basically, not feeling kind of scared of technology. A lot of people are kind of scared of the new upcoming AI and the new art AI stuff and thinking, oh, they're going to take over and things like that. But thinking of it more of a helpful tool than something that can.
I think you're on the right track. Great job.
Thank you.
There's a comment from David via Zoom. I love the name of this one. It fits in so well with starting with the blinds and then going into routines, kind of like just doing it blindly. Professor Prater?
I love seeing another M5 Stick C project. That's fantastic. That was from the IoT class, right?
Correct.
Yeah, absolutely. What did you use as the application inside the IoT? Because you did IoT. What IoT application did you use?
So I use IFTTT, and then I also used UI Flow for the coding. I could have used Arduino and I could have used other stuff, but UI Flow was a little more simple for what I was doing, and it made it much faster because it has those like little blocks where you can snap things on. So it made it faster, and then I could also see what was going on live. While with Arduino, I have to go forward and back to get it going.
Yeah. Or you could have it write serially and catch it live. But that's okay. IFTTT is a huge area with huge resources. It's really a game changer.
It is. It took a while to find the right area where it can trigger Alexa, because Alexa doesn't really work off of like a virtual button or off of your biometrics. Most of the time it works off of you telling it what to do. So that was kind of like the complicated part to kind of go over that hill of going into that tech. I was also wanting to use an Apple Watch and other kind of like higher tech kind of things other than an M5 Stick C, because that's really simple.
Yeah.
But turns out not many companies like you using their tech and innovating with their tech. So
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, they have very like blocked off areas. So
We have Dr. Coddington via Zoom.
Yes, first of all, I want to say that you had a great presentation and a really neat project. I noticed that when you woke up in your video that you did not have the watch on, and I wondered about, and that made me think about miniaturization. The watch that I saw in the video was significantly bigger than, say, an Apple Watch or a Fitbit. And I wondered if you'd thought about, if you take this to production, about miniaturization of the components.
yes, I have thought about that, and it would make it more comfortable for the person sleeping. The reason why mine is so bulky is because I'm using the M5 Stick C, which was the only thing that was available to me to be able to kind of test and prototype and make this. But for the future, yes, I would like it to be something more slim and comfortable where the user doesn't have to really be annoyed with it.
I just have one last question. So do you sleep with your head facing the wall or your head facing out to the middle of the room? Because I thought the feet to the wall and the head in the middle of the room is kind of bizarre. I mean, is that how you normally sleep?
You know, I mostly did that to showcase how it would work. I left it at 80 beats per minute for the switch, because I noticed that if I start breathing heavily or fast, I could go over 80 beats per minute. But going under, like a normal person would go under 65 to 60 beats per minute, and that's kind of hard for me to do automatically. It'd be pretty cool if I could. Yeah. So that's why I was just kind of laying down and breathing as slowly as I could to lower mine under 80.
Yeah, it's facing against or not against the wall, towards the middle of the room.
Yeah, that was more for a showcase than to show that it could work.
Never sleep on
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments for Jesus? Dr. Brennan?
So as you differentiate your product from your competitors, what do you see your pricing strategies are as you look at what they have?
Well, at the meantime, the M560 what I used was around maybe $50 or less. I'm kind of aiming high with $50. But in general, I would like it to be under $100 or around $100. I would like for it to be a slim design, as I mentioned earlier, and something that can be really accessible to everybody. Not something that's like the new Apple Watches and stuff where they're like $800, maybe $600, the ones that are coming out. So I'm hoping to make it something accessible and cheap for everybody, since it's not that what is it called, complicated, a little device.
do you see yourself taking this down the line future-wise in terms of taking this from just being a product to an app that people can download as an app to use this on a current smartphone?
Definitely, and that's why I wanted to kind of go into the Apple Watch and use that, but then I found that was kind of difficult to get into that without me having more advanced knowledge of that kind of area. But yes, that would be my goal, and goal make it accessible to everybody, maybe not even product, just an app like you mentioned. That'd be really cool. I didn't actually think about that, but that's cool.
Thank you. Good job.
Thank you.
Great job, thank you very much. Next up, we have our double major AI ACS, Jonah Chelsea with voice check.
Have you ever thought about the future of voice assistants? We really have nothing close to actual assistants. I mean, Google, Siri, Alexa. You can interact with them, but there's no sense of a real conversation when speaking to them. Sure, they can register your voice to identify you, but that's generally about it. It doesn't change the way in which you inevitably interact with them. Hi, my name is Jonah Chelsea. I'm a student here at UAT studying Advancing Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence, and my student innovation project is voice check. Conversation, that is the essence of what voice check is all about. Voice check is a chatbot that combines voice authentication to remember the user by identifying them and using that information in a conversation. VoiceCheck is innovative in its text-independent speech authentication that enables a chatbot to recognize the user for continuing conversations in a smart, more personal way. Now, how does VoiceCheck separate itself from what's already out there? Well, I mentioned voice assistants earlier. VoiceCheck is sort of a take on a more casual chatbot, but with the aspect of voice authentication to identify the user, to recall previous conversations, and continue on in that manner. It's pretty unique in that sense. Now, looking at companies that specialize in biometrics, including Aware, Nuance, some of the bigger companies I've researched, aside from catering services on a business-to-business scale, almost exclusively offering their services to companies for authenticating their users. For example, voice authentication in phone systems for customer service, that realm of use. And VoiceCheck uses authentication to, identify the speaker and continue with conversations. Now, I'm going to showcase a demonstration of VoiceCheck. It uses computer science and artificial intelligence principles, particularly machine learning, for the voice authentication process. Alright, now let's get right into the demonstration. So my user data has already been uploaded. So just to show how it works, I'm going to start a new user. Now I have some voice samples for Jill Coddington, so name Jill. You can choose to either record or upload the 10-second voice file samples. I'm going to go ahead and upload Jill's samples. It doesn't matter what which ones you do. Let me just upload these, and then let's go ahead and submit them. Now that actually now trains Jill's voice in the database so if Jill Coddington were to speak to the chatbot, it would be able to actually recognize her. However, it's not like I can have Jill in this demonstration video, sadly. So I'm going to now speak to the chatbot. Hello, how are you? Hi, Jonah, I'm good. How are you? I'm good, thank you. That's good. Did you win the game you mentioned yesterday? Okay, so this is the example of how the chatbot works. It's an example of the conversation component. It identifies me, and then it can check from previous conversations. In this example, my particular profile, my voice profile, it would have had a conversation the other day about me having, playing a game, and the chatbot, it remembers that and it asks about it in the conversation. Yes, I did, thank you. Congrats, yeah. So that is really how VoiceCheck works. Now, what does the future hold for VoiceCheck? Building on to the original purpose of VoiceCheck, I mean, there are a lot of directions for VoiceCheck to go. I mean, if you add in facial recognition to the voice authentication, that's practically the recipe for the software end of a robot. I'm not saying I'm working on developing a robot, but that's the realm of where voice chat should go. I mean, imagine having a virtual attendant in an online Zoom meeting. If the bot can determine who the other users are, then they can formulate response points, and with a believable speech pattern, it can respond to people in a meeting like an actual person. It's honestly kind of crazy to think about, but that's really the end goal here. Maybe even the start point to something even bigger, but that is really where I want to take voice check. So yeah, that is voice check. It is a chatbot. It's all about conversation. It's a platform for interacting with a chatbot and knowing who it's speaking to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonah. Questions or comments for Jonah? Professor Hinton?
Jonah, those are absolutely great ideas, great uses for that. What are some other ideas you have where they just, as a human, haven't had time to get to yet?
So what are other ideas to apply voice check?
Right, because I mean, I know you have a limited number of time. You've done great, made it do so many things. But what other applications are you like? Oh well, I'd love to do that too, but I don't have time right now. Like in the future, have you thought of?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different applications for chatbots that I've honestly, if I could apply it to something a little like wider, like even with something akin to Siri or Amazon Alexa, that would be really cool having, because there's not a whole lot of time for me to really build a the chatbot itself. It's really making a prototype that works on the idea, and I really honestly wish I had a lot more time to create a bit more of a quality bot, really.
It was quality, it was great. So I hope to see in the future when there's time an addition of like voice cloning. It's always been a favorite of mine. But yeah, I love what you did. Great out. Thank you for your work, John.
Thank you.
Dr. Coddington?
First of all, I want to say this is a really fun project, and I was glad to be involved in it, even though I didn't know that was exactly happening when it was happening. But I like the idea that this is Siri with history and with content, because carrying on a conversation with Siri is go do this for me, go do this for me. And I really like that you took it to a different level of actually getting to know you and knowing when to answer, when to interject appropriate comments. So I thought that was a very innovative part of this. So nice job.
Thank you. Yeah, that's honestly where the inspiration came from, is because like you said, it's do this, do that, but and it can recognize who you are as a voice because registering your voice, but it doesn't actually converse,
Professor Rodriguez?
Oh, they got mine.
Oh.
I want to know how this is going to be applied to other things. I really like this for like possibly like a customer service kind of thing, especially for like the IT field. You would believe the kind of questions and things we get. So something like this that kind of like learns like the basic issues that are going on with an area, and it kind of be like, hey, turn it off.
Dr. Brennan?
I think I went a whole different direction. I like this. And my first thought when I listen to what it does is chat buddy. And what it would do is would be hooked up with a smart home for a lot of these latchkey kids who come home and no one's there. It welcome when they came in, remind them to get their snack and do your homework. Just kind of keep them coming for mom and dad. That was my first thought. That wow, for some of these shy kids who are home alone and don't have anybody to talk to, or don't have a bunch of friends and stuff. What a great feature that would have when they walk in the home. And chat buddies there for them.
I like that idea. Yeah, definitely. That's a good application for this. Also on that, if a parent can't be there immediately when child comes home, that would be really good with that. I love that idea, actually.
Don't forget me now.
There's a comment via Zoom that from David, this is really cool, a little spooky, but cool. Any other comments or questions for Jonah?
Yeah.
I really like the project. It was a great idea overall. Sometimes you don't have anybody to talk to. Sometimes you just need a fan. But I was wondering, what is kind of like the retention on remembering conversations? And does it ever just delete or forget the previous conversations?
Oh gosh, I didn't have a
like I said, I wish I could expand upon it more. There wasn't a whole lot of retention, to be honest. It was fairly a limited scope for this iteration of the project. But I hope that answers the question. I hope to expand upon a lot more for a lot further retention of previous, to almost build a somewhat in-depth profile, speaker. So,
Great project, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Prater?
Once again, this is a good one for studio to enroll in Greenlight for studio and to get some people working on it and turn it into a product for latchkey kids or something like that.
Definitely, I'll definitely propose that to Mark. He can honestly do it. He can take it if he wants.
All right, thank you very much, Jonah. Well done. This concludes the artificial intelligence, computer science, and human-computer interaction portion of the SIP Showcase. And this is the end of the fall 2022 SIP Showcase. Please remember to go to Socrative so that way you can vote for Viewers' Choice Award. Remember that the room name is SIP Voting. I also want to extend a big gratitude to Professor Derek Clark. Please show yourself, Mr. Derek. Thank you again for administrating Zoom on the back end and helping with the SIP Showcase each semester. Your participation and hard work doesn't go unnoticed. So thank you very much. A hand for Professor Derek. Any parting words, Professor Derek Clark?
Goodbye.
Early adopter.
No, yeah, good job, everyone. They were great to see. No major technical issues with the videos this time. We didn't have to go back and get second ones. And good job, everybody in Zoom, for peppering with great questions. And I just want to say thank you to Dap Zuri. She doesn't say much, but I am peppering her through the entire thing with Zoom messages so that she can pivot and talk about this and talk about that. So thank you, Dap Zuri, for putting on a great show. And thank you, everybody, for attending.
All right, thank you everyone for your time. Have a wonderful holiday break and I'll see you soon. Thank you.
Good.